ตอนนี้เนี่ยเรากำลังปรับการผลิตให้เป็นมิตรกับสิ่งแวดล้อมมากขึ้นน่าจะเป็นทางเลือกที่ดีให้กับผู้บริโภคยุคนี้เลยนะครับ
ไอเดียคุณน่าสนใจดีนะ
ถ้าอย่างนั้นเนี่ยเรามาเซ็นสัญญากันเลยไหมครับ
ฮะเอาเลยเหรอ
ครับเชิญเลยครับ
ต้นทุนการผลิตก็แพงขึ้นราคาก็สูงขึ้นใครจะไม่ยอมจ่ายถ้าเราไม่เริ่มก็ไม่มีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงสิจะกรีนแค่ไหนถ้าลูกค้าไม่ซื้อก็อยู่ไม่ได้เซ็นเลยครับอย่าเซ็นเซ็นเลยอย่าเซ็น
ถ้าคุณยังไม่แน่ใจวางปากกาลงก่อนครับแล้วไปหาคำตอบกันที่งาน ESG Symposium 19 กรกฎาคมนี้ที่ scgworks.com เพราะนี่คือโอกาสที่ธุรกิจของคุณจะเติบโตขึ้นพร้อมโลกที่ยั่งยืนแล้วเจอกันครับ
SCG Passion for Better
เดี๋ยวพี่ไปก่อนนะ
โอเคค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ
เอาน้องอัพมาสวัสดีค่ะพี่พี
สวัสดีค่ะ
น้องอัพนะเด็กใหม่ฮัลโหลค่ะอ๋อได้ค่ะได้ค่ะงานด่วนพี่ฝากทิ้งเลยนะได้ค่ะ
เฮ้ยพี่9:30แล้วผมฝากด้วยนะเพิ่งคิดได้ว่ามีประชุมเหมือนกันฝากเก็บด้วยลูกสาวนะ
โหเราไม่แยกขยะกันด้วยแต่แยกแล้วก็ไปรวมกันอยู่ดีอะแต่ถ้าจะโกกรีนก็ต้องแยกนะจะรวมหรือจะแยกหรือจะ
ถ้าคุณเจอแบบนี้จะทิ้งรวมหรือจะทิ้งแยกถ้าคุณยังหาคำตอบไม่ได้มาหาคำตอบที่งาน ESG Symposium วันที่ 19 กรกฎาคมที่ scgworks.com เรื่องเล็กๆของเราจะเปลี่ยนแปลงโลกนี้ให้ดีขึ้นงานนี้แยกไม่แยกมาดูคำตอบกันครับ
SCG Passion for Better
กรุงเทพเมษาหน้าหนาวพายุลูกเห็บฤดูร้อนหิมะตกในซาฮาราพายุทรายถล่มจีนแม่น้ำโขงแห้งหรือนี่จะเป็น point of no return วะแก
เราต้องเริ่มต้นแล้วแกพอมีไอเดียปะ
มีเพราะการปล่อยคาร์บอนไดออกไซด์มากขึ้นเราจะต้องปลูกต้นไม้ให้มากขึ้น
เพิ่มพลังงานสะอาดอย่างเช่นโซลาร์เซลล์หรือพลังงานลม
แล้วมีอะไรอีกปะก็โลกนี้มอเฮลปะแก
งั้นเราต้องหาตัวช่วย
จะช่วยโลกก็ทำของให้พอดีคนหยุดการโอเวอร์โปรดิวซ์จะเป็นฟู้ดเวสต์เฮ้ยดี
นั่นดิ
เดี๋ยวแค่นี้พอเหรอ
พวกเธออย่าลืมเรื่องการรักษามหาสมุทรไปเพราะมหาสมุทรเป็นส่วนสำคัญในการช่วยดูดซับก๊าซคาร์บอนไดออกไซด์
เฮ้ยอันนี้เลิศ
เหลือเวลาอีก3 วินาทีของการออกไอเดียเปลี่ยนโลกแต่ปัญหาของโลกมันหลากหลายกว่าไอเดียที่มี
หมดทุกไอเดียมารวมกันก็ยังไม่พอ
เอายังไงดีเพราะโลกต้องการไอเดียมากกว่านี้
เอาตอบ
ยังไม่พอต้องหาไอเดียช่วยโลกเพิ่ม
งั้นไปกันเลยไปหาไอเดียที่งาน ESG Symposium วันที่ 19 กรกฎาคมนี้ที่ scgworks.com เพราะทุกไอเดียคือพลังที่ช่วยเปลี่ยนโลกให้ดีขึ้นแล้วเจอกัน
SCG Passion for Better
So, good morning everyone who is watching online channels in Facebook, YouTube, and in Facebook, and even the another also called as a state of world, SCG Works. Welcome to ESG Symposium 2022, Achieving ESG and Growing Sustainability. Right now, we both are live streamed at the SCG headquarters at Bang Sue. You are at Praphonphatha Chanchaivaravit, ESGP, and I, Tao Phantita and Anginan SCGP. We are ESG ambassadors of SCG today. And today, we will introduce you to the exciting experiences at the exhibition where ESG corporations projects are compiled and presented at more than 40 booths. And that's why this event is the major synergy platform for everyone to join, hence to driving ESG together to achieve sustainable goals in every sector. Regardless of your age, genders, nationalities, occupations, we are all able to drive forward ESG or environmental social governance together. So, don't miss our tour around the exhibition, both before the start until now, 8:50, And after the event at 11:30 to 12, we have many exhibitions for you. And the most important, for those who are watching online through SCG Facebook, we have games for you to play and get 20 cute paper mobile stands. So just follow questions and details at the comment section. I think that now you would like also to see. So let's start at the first zone. Welcome to ESG World. We will start here. So let's get there. Here's atmosphere. We have got very quite so many people here. So let's start as the first board. We will appearance and the background and the importance of ESG and how ESG is similar or different from SD and bio-circular economy. And so the next column, the next part is the part about international and national cooperation organizations and AEPW, Alliance to End Plastic Waste, and the cooperation between TCMA and GCCA. And so for the last board, it is unmissable. It is the cooperation with APEC. There will be also in APEC, we will feature also to make the green economy. This is only appetizer. We got the next one. So what is interesting? So I will pass the floor to คุณเต้าค่ะ So right now I am in front of the zone 1, counting down to 0. Here we will discover a myriad of innovations that will direct our world towards the goal net zero. But before we start, I would like to tell you more about the novel channel of ESG. This is SCG Verse, the high technology 3D platform where you can have fun and learn in the world of SCG. What important today is we have many games for you to collect scores for many rivers from 8 o'clock to 6:30. If interested, please visit www.scgverse.com. So counting zeros, EV solution platform. So how this platform to drive.
We have developed our own EV in order to maintain the sustainable development international standard. And we stresses on the low emission of CO2. At the moment, we have collaboration with all professional international standards, for example, Toyota Thailand. And for battery, we have MOU with CACL. And for the charger, as you can see, we collaborate with Expo Noodle. And today we have the Stanley Crown, which is who has joined us today. And please visit our booth. Thank you. Yes, that's very interesting. For the EV vehicle, which is very popular at the moment.
SCG Cleanergy นะคะ
So this is let's see that this is very clean. So this booth will reduce the greenhouse gas effect. So we are here. SCG Cleanergy. Yeah, what are you doing here?
Hello, SCG Clean Energy. We invest in the system for the energy recycling system in order to eliminate the toxics. And today, at the moment, we have collaboration with Golf, with Big Green in order to generate the power system, energy system, clean energy, and these are all our partners. What clean energy focuses on is to install the solar system for the industrial estate. And what factory will gain? The factory will gain clean energy, and we can recycle the energy, and we will try to promote the clean energy further.
So
apart from promoting the renewable energy, we can also reduce the waste. And now we get also to the SCG roof solution. So let's see how nowadays the solar roof.
From SCG Solar Roof Solution, as we know today, solar power has come a long way. We have better quality, lower cost. and also support from the government sector so people can access to solar energy more. Only 7 years you can regain all the cost, and then the usage lasts for about 5 years, and efficiency and effectiveness really have improved, and also the safety of the system has been mentioned. We have new technology which is hybrid system, and before we can only use daytime, but now it can save energy for 24 hours day and night. And apart from that, we also have micro inverter, which is to create better operations. So what I like to keep it with you, when you think about solar energy, think about the services and safety.
การเลือกโซ
Don't forget, if you would like to choose select the solar roof, we have to also consider the safety. Now we just go to the SCG sea floating solar solution.
Snow voice. Okay, we start again.
สวัสดีค่ะจาก
Hello from SCGC Floating Solar Solutions. This is the floating solution comprehensive system from SCG. This is the invention to reduce the energy, and apart from that, we also lower the cost of usage.
ลดการเปลี่ยนแปลง
We can help reduce the greenhouse effect. We have installed more than 50 megawatt, which is equivalent to 35,000 tons emission that we have lowered.
พันไร่ค่ะ
And then on the 37 150 rides,
พื้นที่ที่
we can use with the wasteland or empty land, or even some canals. We can use the surface of the water can help reduce the energy usage, and then increase solar energy for more than 70%, and the energy on the surface of the water for 7%. And this will help agricultural activity as well. We can help manage the water supply better, and also the dry land and the floodlands. Thank you.
นอกจากจะช่วยการ
So besides reducing the 35,000 tons
ประโยชน์ขึ้นมาอีกด้วยนะคะ
greenhouse gas, and we make use of the dry land too. Then we will get to the coral house. Maybe also if you hear about this name, maybe also you are wondering. So we get also to our beautiful sister. What is the coral house actually?
เป็น
The Coral House is an MOU between SCG Pack Green Solution and with the veterinary Chulalongkorn University, and also the Office of the Sea Natural Resources.
ซีเมนต์ไฮบริดค่ะซึ่ง
This is the hybrid cement which separate the
นอกจากนี้ค่ะยังมีรูป
cement, and we can also shape the make it look like coral, and it will stick to the surface better, and we can create a house for all the sea life.
ปะการังน่ารักเชียว
So this is the coral house. It's quite so cute. And they have the Nemo. And now we got some innovations in the city and in the sea and on the sea. So next we will go to the innovations about the agriculture and growing plants. Agriculture,
ชื่อเลยนะคะ
of course, is famous. We get to the Kubota.
ร่วมกันลดโลก
And Kubota has a cooperation, how to reduce the methane.
สวัสดีนะครับในส่วนของ
Hello. And for Kubota, we've got a solution called reduce the methane. There are 4 solutions. Okay, we look at it one by one. First one, we fertilizers, and we analyze the values of the soil, what the soil really needs. So we use this device here, which is soil analyzer, which is to analyze what the pH value the soil needs. Next, second solution, we call it using laser to adjust the pH value of the soil. So we also adjust the surface So it will help the circulation of the water
ถัดมา
better.
อย่างที่สามครับ
The
เราคิดว่า
third
การ
one
พัฒนาแบบ
we
green
call
house
it
แบบแห้งก็จะ
doing
เป็น
the
การ
farm
ส่งน้ำนะครับ
wet
ใน
and
การ
dry
เจริญเติบโตของ
method.
ข้าว
So this
ให้มี
will
ความ
help
สม
they
ดุล
adjust the
ช่วย
pH value
ลดการขังน้ำได้กว่า
properly
50% นะครับ
and
แล้วก็
reduce
ลดการปล่อยแก๊สได้ถึง
the
80%
water
จาก
storage
การเดิมเลยทีเดียว
on the
ครับ
surface.
แล้วก็สุดท้ายนะครับ
And
จะเป็นเรื่อง
lastly
ของการจัดการวัสดุ
we
เหลือใช้แบบไม่เผาหรือว่า
manage
zero
the
burn นะครับ
residues
สำหรับ
the
โซลูชัน
residues
เนี้ย
and
ก็
the
คือจะเดิมที่เป็น
waste.
การเผานะครับ
So apart from
ใช้
burning
เครื่องมือเพื่ออัด
all
ฟาง
these
เนาะว่าเราสามารถ
residues
เอาฟางเนี่ย
we can
ไปทำ
actually
อะไรได้
use
บ้าง
the haze we can recycle the haze and reduce the
อันนี้ก็คือ
emissions.
โซลูชันทั้งหม
So
ด
these
นะครับ
are all the
ของการ
solutions
จับตัว
from Siam Kubota.
ต้องขอบคุณทั้ง
So thank you, the Kubota, to reduce the methane and also the CO2 in the air. So the next one, how we will do, how we can also do about the unrecyclable and undegradable the waste from waste to wealth. Good morning.
from west to well นะคะก็
West Well Circular Plus under CPAC Green Solution is the leader of the solution for managing resources at its most efficiency. So there are three use cases. First one, we manage all the residues from the agricultural activities. We convert them into energy pellet. These are the grains of it's a pellet to produce a cement. For industrial sector, we also have MOU with the MEA. So we use all these waste and recycling materials and convert them to raw materials to substitute the use of cement. And for the household sector, we for the waste from the communities, the garbages, we can convert them to RDF flammable energies to reduce the carbon dioxide.
ได้ว่าขยะ
So we can see that the waste
สามารถทำมา
can
ทำให้
be
เกิดพลังงานเล็กๆน้อยๆได้นะคะ
recycled to produce the energy. So the lastly is on the last boot in the first so the natural climate solution. So let's do also what they are doing.
ก็สำหรับ
ครับ
บูธไอ้ตัวของ natural
For
climate
natural climate solutions,
ลดโลกร้อนด้วยวิธี
to reduce the greenhouse effect with natural method. So simply we just grow the trees.
คือตอนนี้ทาง SCG เอง
So
ครับมีการ
at present, SCG set the targets to reduce zero emissions by the year 2050. So we grow, we do some forestation to absorb all the 5 million tons of CO2 by the year 2050. So in order to achieve it, we need to use some technology. So we use water management solution. Also, we need to engage people, staff of the public at large, to grow and participate in forestation.
ได้ค่ะขอบคุณมากเลยนะคะ
So thank you very much.
ก็จบไปแล้ว
Right
นะคะ
now,
กับโซนแรก
we are
นะคะ
got all of the sand one cutting down to zero. We can see that everybody also can join the net zero and all the innovations in the city and about involving agriculture. We can be a part of this also cooperation. Maybe also just grow a plant, just grow a tree. We can also take part in reducing CO2 and reduce the global warming. The exhibition is not only revolving around the environment. We have the synergy in other sectors too. So right now, Prava is in the zone of X power. X is it means the collaboration. We are about the creativity from the cooperation in business sector and as many other sectors. We just start also with the X power. Right now we are SCGP.
ครับสวัสดีครับ
Krab, hello.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello.
สำหรับเรานะครับ
For us, SCGP, we emphasize on to recycle all the materials in order to supply to the consumers. We established a SAG Recycle Plan to offer all the solutions for our partners. And today we are presenting 3 projects that we have collaborated with partners successfully. The first one, we MOU with the Thai Post Office. The project is called Rebox to School. This is the 3rd year we have collaborated with Thailand Post Office. We use all the recycled material like boxes, papers. We recycle them and convert them to paper furnitures. And we supply to all the schools around the country. The second one is to overnew, which is exchange the materials, convert all the materials to new papers, and then we supply to Uniqlo. So these are all these furnitures are made of the papers in Ratchaburi and Kanchanaburi provinces. And the last project, it's called Drop Point. We MOU with Lotuses. Lotus is our first partner who engaged with us in recycling industry. So these are examples. These are recycle bins that we have designed. So we separate all the recycled materials correctly and appropriately.
Thank you, Kun Ton. Yeah, we can see that this first bin is already from the paper, so it's the full cycle of the recycle. So from the SCGP, the next one is the building materials. We are right now also with Kun Pop, the CBM or the cement building materials. What is interesting? Maybe you can tell us.
This is another collaboration between SCG and all our networks in the construction industry, the CDCI, the recycling industry. So this is the collaboration. This is the Cambridge Power. As you can see, this is the highest office buildings. This is a collaboration between Sahapat Group and Kobayashi SCG and CPAC Green Solution. For the Cambridge solution, we have introduced the technology. We plan together in order to reduce the waste.
Yeah, we can see that the government is on HoloLens.
Today we use the toilet, the pre-structured toilet. Can you demo for us? This is the technology that combines the real design and also the design on the digital design, and this is to reduce the residues and materials for over 1,000 tons of cement, and so which is equivalent to over 10,000 trees waste.
So thank you very much, Kun Nong No, to demonstrate also for us. So the next zone will be in the back. To the X-Power. So this the cooperations project can show that as we are not alone. We have got the many organizations in public sector and also private sector and media give us the joint powers to drag forward the SE. So right now we are with cement building materials. No. You have something to show us?
Hello. This is the pile waste solution. This is another project that we use the circular economy for construction. So we try to eliminate all the waste from the constructions and to add values to the concrete constructions. This is a collaboration between SCG and our clients, the partners, and the contractors. We have completed over 120 projects from the transformers constructions, which is to reuse the transformer piles for over 14,000 tons and to reduce over 1,000 emissions.
พี่แพรวาครับนี่ก็เป็นตัวอย่าง
So this is the example of the concrete as a residue after the processing. It can be substitute for the building materials, and each of them also have got also many also different also features. It's up to the application. For example, to substitute for the subbase and articulate. So all in all, you can also reduce energy use. So thank you very much น้องนง from also CBM have the building materials right now. We got also in the SCG chemicals. Peter, please คุณสม
ของการ collaboration ของ SCG
For
Chemicals
collaboration
นะคะ
between
เรียกแทน
SCG
พวกเราได้แล้วว่า
Chemicals,
SCGC
you can actually call us
เราเตรียมมาทั้งหมด
SCGC.
3
We
project ค่ะ
are
ทั้งภาคเอกชนและ 1
presenting
โปรเจกต์
3
ภาคชุมชน
projects
นะคะ
between the
ขวด
private
ที่เราเห็น
sector
ตรง
and the
นี้
community
ค่ะพี่แพร
sector.
วาเป็น
As you
ขว
can
ด
see
เพื่อ
this
refill
bottle,
น้ำยาซักผ้า
this is
นะคะ
very
ซึ่ง
few
เป็นความร่วมมือระหว่าง
detergents
SCGC
collaboration
กับ
between
Unilever
Unilever
นะคะ
and
ขวดตรงเนี้ย
SCG.
ค่ะผลิตมาจาก
This
เม็ดที่เรา
bottle
เรียก
is
กัน
made of
PCR นะคะ
PCR,
Post Consumer
the
Recycled
post-consumer
Resin ภายใต้
recycled
แบรนด์
resins
SCGC
under
Green
SCGC
Polymer ค่ะซึ่งจุดเด่นของมันนะคะด้วย
Green
กรรม
Polymer.
วิธีที่สะอาด
We use the
และปลอด
clean
ภัย
method
นะคะ
and
ผู้บริ
safe.
โภคสามารถมั่นใจ
So the
ได้ค่ะว่า
consumers
ไร้สาร
can
ตกค้างและใส่
assure
กลิ่นไม่พึงประสงค์
that
แน่นอน
this is
และ
odor
ดี
free
แน่นอนใช่เลย
when you use
ใช้
it.
ซ้ำได้ด้วย
You
นะ
can
คะ
reuse it as well.
ค่ะเดี๋ยวเรา move มาที่อะไร
Now
ใก
we
ล้
move
ตัว
to
นิดหนึ่งเนาะ
the next
ค่ะ
one close
ข
to
ออนุญา
us.
ตนะคะ
So
ค่ะ
allow me to
สำหรับ
explain
ถุงนะคะที่เราเห็นอยู่ต
for
รงนี้
this
นะคะ
for
ทุก
this
คนอาจจะคุ้นหน้า
bag.
คุ้นตากัน
Yeah,
เว
it
ลา
might
เรา
look
ไป
familiar to you when you go to
7-Eleven นะคะ
7-Eleven.
สำหรับโปรเจก
You
ต์
will
นี้
see
ค่ะเป็น
this
ความ
bag.
ร่วมมือระหว่าง
What this
CPO
project is
ค่ะ
all
กับ
about, this is a
SCGC
collaboration
นะคะ
between
มีการเปลี่ยน
CPO and
พวกขยะฟิล์ม
SCGC.
นะคะระหว่าง
So
กระบวน
we'll
การขนส่ง
change
สินค้าเนี่ย
the
ให้กลายมาเป็นถุง
the
หิ้ว
film
ที่เรา
waste,
เห็นได้
convert
จับ
them
ต้อง
to
ได้อย่างนี้
bags.
นะคะภายใต้ชื่อโครงการ
Tangible,
ขอถุงทน
tangible. You
ทาน
can.
ค่ะ
This is the
วัน
durable
นี้นะคะ
bag.
เราไป7-Eleven เห็น
So
ถุง
today, when you go
ชื่
to
อโครงการอยู่
7-Eleven,
ตรงนี้
you
นะคะ
will
อย่าลืม
see
นำ
the
กลับ
name
มา
of the
ใช้
project.
ซ้ำนะคะเพราะว่า
Please
ถุง
reuse,
นี้ทนทานมากๆ
recycle.
เลยค่ะ
Yeah, reuse this bag. It's very durable. So so this bag, how this bag is better than
ใบ
other
นี้
bags?
นะคะนอกจากมันทำมาจาก
This bag
ข
yes,
ยะฟิล์ม
is
รีไซ
made
เคิล
of
แล้ว
the
เนี่ยเรายังมีการมาเพิ่ม
recycled
คุณภาพ
waste,
และ
and then
ดี
we
ไซน์
also
ให้มันสามารถ
improve
กลั
the
บมาใช้งาน
values
ซ้ำแล้ว
and we
ซ้ำอีกได้
design
ค่ะ
for
ค่ะ
recycling for reuse. So if so we like to campaign all the users to reuse them, not single use, not use it just once. So if you have heard this, when you see this bag or when you can see any bag that can be reused, please reuse it.
เรามาดูอะไรที่
Now
อาจจะไกล
let's
ตัวคน
see
ไปนิดนึง
something.
นะคะ
It
ถัง
might
ที่
be
เราเห็นอยู่ตรงนี้ค่ะเป็นความร่วม
far
มือ
from
ระหว่าง
us, but this is
SCGC
a
และ
collaboration
COTIS ค่ะ
between us,
เป็นกลุ่มเวชภัณฑ์
COTIS and
ยาเกี่ยวกับสัตว์นะคะ
SPCG.
ถังนี้นะคะ
This is
เป็นถัง
the
แช่
some
วัคซีน
medical
สำห
for
รับสัตว์นะคะ
for
ที่ถูกขนส่งไปตาม
veterinary.
ที่ต่างๆแล้วก็แช่เย็น
So
ได้
we
แต่ก่อน
keep
ที่จะ
all
เป็
the
นถังแบบเนี้ย
medicines for
มันเคย
animals.
เป็นขวดใส่ยามาก่อนนะคะที่ใส่ยาแล้ว
Before this, we actually
เรา
use
ใช้
all
ยา
the
ไปแล้ว
bottle
แล้วก็
to
นำขวด
store
ใบเนี้
the
ยมาเปลี่ยนเป็นถัง
medicines.
แช่วัค
But
ซีนได้
then
ด้วย
we
นะคะ
change it. We are using the box. We are not using the bottles anymore. So we store vaccines. So this must be made from recycled material as well. So this is like two birds with one stone.
ภาคเอกชนแล้ว
So
นะคะ
apart from the cooperation also in business sector, we got the many also working
เรามาดูกันดีก
team.
ว่าค่ะว่าตอนนี้เราจะมาเจอกับใครกันซึ่งเป็นไฮไลท์
Now,
เลยนะคะ
yeah, we got the highlight here.
เอาละค่ะมาถึงแล้วนะคะ
Right now,
เป็น
so we are
บูธ
here
ข
with
อง
the booth
ถุงนมกู้โลก
the milk
นะคะ
package
วันนี้เราอยู่
to
กับ
serve the
น้อง
world.
เสกค่ะ
น้องเสก
ครับ
yeah น้องเสก
เล่าให้ฟังนิดนึงนะคะ
can you
ว่า
also
ถุง
tell
นม
us
กู้โลก
about
มีความ
the
สำคัญยังไง
project
ครับ
how this is important
เนื่องจากโรงเรียนของพวกเรานะครับมีการดื่มนมกันเป็นทุกจำนวนมากทุกๆวันนะครับ
Yes. So we drink a lot of milk every day at school.
เนื่องจากถุงนมกู้โลกนี้
The milk pack to save the world.
ครับถุงนมมันเป็นยังไงนะคะ
Yeah. What about the milk bag?
โรงเรียนของพวกเรานะครับ
So
มี
this
การดื่มนม
our
กันทุกๆ
school
วัน
we consume a lot of milk. So there are lots of leftover milk. So it will stink across the school. So it's not quite pleasant at school. So we try to eliminate this problem. So we work with SCG Chemical to help. So we call it milk bag that save the world. So we use all of these leftover milk bag. We cut it and then we supply to SCG Chemical. So SCG Chemical can convert it to a chair, as you can see, and we reuse this chair at our school.
ไหนๆมันก็กลับมาเป็นเก้าอี้แล้วเดี๋ยว
So
เรามาล
right
องนั่ง
now,
เก้า
so
อี้
we
ตัวนี้
are
กันดี
yeah, they are a share. So let's try. Yeah, if it's is durable and sustainable enough. Yeah, of course, it's also really also put yeah, it's practical. So just zoom in. Yeah, you can see that yeah, it is produced yeah from the milk package, the milk bag. Yeah, in also the milk in the school. And after also you collecting also the milk bags, what are you doing? What were you doing yeah, the next? So the innovation, yeah, we can see that the single use, yeah, in also the circle, yeah, for also 10 minutes. We would like also to expand, yeah, the use, yeah, to also 10 years, yeah, as also Nong said, also said that yeah, maybe apart from also chairs, yeah, teapot, and also green cone here, yeah, plastics, yeah, from also the milk bag can be also processed, yeah, to be the outdoor furnitures, many yeah, furnitures. And right now, also we got also the green cone here, and the green cone is not also only the green cone. It is also the environmentally also friendly, or maybe also you can call this the fermentation, and you can yeah, use under the food waste, and we can got also the fertilizer yeah, for the trees. So because yeah, under also the yeah, under also this bottle, yeah, we can also go also to directly also to landfill. So thank you very much, yeah, น้องเสกครับ and thank you also so much, yeah, คุณส้มโอ น้องส้มโอ yeah, you are
เอาละค่ะ
so
นี่ก็เป็นเพียงแค่บรรยากาศ
this is yeah only the atmosphere only also the health yeah of the exhibition right now, and right now at the stage yeah they are all yeah, ready for the ESG Symposium 22 yeah, achieving ESG and growing sustainability today. So it's yeah, about to start. So we will pass also the floor yeah, to the stage, but also yeah, stay tuned. You will come back also to both of us at the 11:30. So just yeah, pass the right now and right now also bye bye also for right now. Let's get back together later.
SCG, Passion for Better.
ESG Green Choice จะทำให้ธุรกิจในสังคมไทยสามารถตอบโจทย์ให้กับผู้บริโภคแล้วก็เป็น value ที่ตอบโจทย์เรื่องสิ่งแวดล้อมด้วยเพื่อให้สังคมไทยหรือว่าสังคมโลกมีความยั่งยืนต่อไปในอนาคตเพื่อคนรุ่นถัดไปครับ
ทั้ง 10 ทีมนี้มีโอกาสเรียนรู้มีโอกาสทำงานแล้วก็มีโอกาสที่จะลองทำแคมเปญตัวเองได้นะครับผมเองได้คุยกับกรรมการหลายท่านทุกคนก็บอกเหนื่อยสุดก็ตอนที่กำลังจะต้องตัดสินว่าใครจะได้ที่ 1
และทีมที่ได้รางวัลชนะเลิศอันดับที่ 1 ได้แก่ทีม Fantastic Four
แข่งแผนครั้งแรกได้ที่ 1 ครั้งแรกมา SCG ครั้งแรกแล้วก็ได้รวมทีมครั้งแรกแปลกใหม่ทุกอย่างเลยค่ะ
ในขณะที่ทำแผนเนี่ยแต่ละคนก็มีหน้าที่ภาระอันหนักอึ้งแตกต่างกันแต่ว่าทุกคนยังมีแพชชั่นมีกำลังใจมีเป้าหมายเดียวกันทำให้เราสามารถแบ่งเวลามาทำตรงนี้ได้อย่างลงตัวค่ะ
ก็ได้เรียนรู้เปอร์สเปกทีฟอย่างอื่นมากขึ้นเรียกว่าโตขึ้นแล้วก็มองโลกในความเป็นจริงมากขึ้น
ที่สำคัญก็คือถ้าเกิดเราไม่เริ่มที่จะคิดแล้วลงมือทำแม้จะเป็นเรื่องที่เล็กน้อยแต่ถ้า 1% รวมกัน100 คนมันก็คือ 100% นะคะ
ประทับใจเพราะว่าได้เห็นการลงมือทำงานจริงแล้วก็ได้เห็นไอเดียของคนรุ่นใหม่หลายๆกิจกรรมนะครับมันทำให้เปิดไอเดียหลายๆเรื่อง
เขาได้ทั้งโอกาสที่จะเรียนรู้มีความคิดสร้างสรรค์ในสิ่งใหม่ๆได้ให้ไอเดียต่างๆในการดูแลโลกของเราอย่างยั่งยืนแล้วเขาก็จะกลายเป็นทรัพยากรบุคคลที่สำคัญของประเทศไทยครับ
เรากำลังจะไปในพาธเวย์ซึ่งไม่เคยมีมนุษย์คนใดไปถึงถ้าคิดเหมือนเดิมทำเหมือนเดิมเราก็จะล่มสลายแน่ๆเหมือนเดิมเราต้องคิดใหม่ทำใหม่คิดนอกกรอบทำในสิ่งที่ไม่เคยทำคิดในสิ่งที่ไม่เคยคิด
เราต้องการเทคโนโลยีที่ใหม่ขึ้นเรื่อยๆไม่เฉพาะเทคโนโลยีด้านพลังงานแต่รวมถึงเทคโนโลยีด้านเกษตรกรรมและในภาคอุตสาหกรรมที่จะต้องมาสนับสนุนประเทศไทยในการลดการปล่อยคาร์บอน
วันนี้เรากำลังปรับเปลี่ยนเพื่อให้เกิดนวัตกรรมสีเขียวหรือพลังงานสะอาดเราเองตั้งเป้าไปด้วยกันกับทุกคนเพราะว่าฟุตพริ้นท์ของเขานะคะหรือรอยเท้าคาร์บอนของเขาก็คือฟุตพริ้นท์ของเรา
เองทำยังไงให้เราสามารถผลิตบรรจุภัณฑ์ที่จะส่งผลกระทบต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมน้อยลงนะครับเราจะเริ่มได้ตั้งแต่การใช้พลังจากแสงอาทิตย์เป็นต้นโซลาร์เซลล์เป็นเริ่มต้นแต่ในระยะยาวเนี่ยก็ต้องมองแหล่งพลังงานที่มีความเป็นมิตรต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมเป็นการลดการปล่อยก๊าซเรือนกระจกนะครับ
มองให้เห็นว่า climate change ก็เป็น climate chance เหมือนกันมองเรื่องนี้ให้เป็นโอกาสในการที่ชาติเราคนของเราธุรกิจของเราอุตสาหกรรมของเราเนี่ยจะสร้างอะไรใหม่ๆจะสร้าง new S-curve ขึ้นมา
ไม่มีองค์กรใดองค์กรหนึ่งจะทำได้ด้วยตัวเองที่สำคัญที่สุดคือมันต้องเป็นการทำร่วมกัน Public Private Partnership นะครับจะทำให้ประสบความสำเร็จ
ทุกคนทำได้นะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นผู้หญิงไม่ว่าจะเป็นเด็กไม่ว่าจะผู้ชายทุกคนสามารถทำได้นะคะผู้หญิงเรามีพลังดีๆมากมายเลยพลังบวกแล้วก็เป็นพลังที่จริงๆแล้วน่าจะมาช่วยตอบโจทย์ปัญหาวิกฤตอะไรในยุคสมัยนี้ได้มากเลยค่ะ
การจัดซิมโพเซียมของ SCG ในวันที่ 19 กรกฎาคมก็เป็นอีกกิจกรรมหนึ่งที่จะให้พวกเราได้มาช่วยกันคิดนะคะช่วยกันหาวิธีการช่วยกันลงมือทำเพื่อจะสร้างโลกยั่งยืนแล้วก็ส่งต่อโลกสวยงามให้ลูกหลานนะคะเชิญชวนมากันนะคะวันที่ 19 กรกฎาคมค่ะ
SCG Passion for Better
SCG Green Choice จะทำให้ธุรกิจในสังคมไทยสามารถตอบโจทย์ให้กับผู้บริโภคแล้วก็เป็น value ที่ตอบโจทย์เรื่องสิ่งแวดล้อมด้วยเพื่อให้สังคมไทยหรือว่าสังคมโลกมีความยั่งยืนต่อไปในอนาคตเพื่อคนรุ่นถัดไปครับ
ทั้ง 10 ทีมนี้มีโอกาสเรียนรู้มีโอกาสทำงานแล้วก็มีโอกาสที่จะลองทำแคมเปญตัวเองได้นะครับผมเองได้คุยกับกรรมการหลายท่านทุกคนก็บอกเหนื่อยสุดก็ตอนที่กำลังจะต้องตัดสินว่าใครจะได้ที่ 1
และทีมที่ได้รางวัลชนะเลิศอันดับที่ 1 ได้แก่ทีม Fantastic Four
แข่งแผนครั้งแรกได้ที่ 1 ครั้งแรกมา SCG ครั้งแรกแล้วก็ได้รวมทีมครั้งแรกแปลกใหม่ทุกอย่างเลยค่ะ
ในขณะที่ทำแผนเนี่ยแต่ละคนก็มีหน้าที่ภาระอันหนักอึ้งแตกต่างกันแต่ว่าทุกคนยังมีแพชชั่นมีกำลังใจมีเป้าหมายเดียวกันทำให้เราสามารถแบ่งเวลามาทำตรงนี้ได้อย่างลงตัวค่ะ
ก็ได้เรียนรู้เปอร์สเปกทีฟอย่างอื่นมากขึ้นเรียกว่าโตขึ้นแล้วก็มองโลกในความเป็นจริงมากขึ้น
ที่สำคัญก็คือถ้าเกิดเราไม่เริ่มที่จะคิดแล้วลงมือทำแม้จะเป็นเรื่องที่เล็กน้อยแต่ถ้า 1% รวมกัน100 คนมันก็คือ 100% นะคะ
ประทับใจเพราะว่าได้เห็นการลงมือทำงานจริงแล้วก็ได้เห็นไอเดียของคนรุ่นใหม่หลายๆกิจกรรมนะครับมันทำให้เปิดไอเดียหลายๆเรื่อง
เขาได้ทั้งโอกาสที่จะเรียนรู้มีความคิดสร้างสรรค์ในสิ่งใหม่ๆได้ให้ไอเดียต่างๆในการดูแลโลกของเราอย่างยั่งยืนแล้วเขาก็จะกลายเป็นทรัพยากรบุคคลที่สำคัญของประเทศไทยครับ
เรากำลังจะไปในพาธเวย์ซึ่งไม่เคยมีมนุษย์คนใดไปถึงถ้าคิดเหมือนเดิมทำเหมือนเดิมเราก็จะล่มสลายแน่ๆเหมือนเดิมเราต้องคิดใหม่ทำใหม่คิดนอกกรอบทำในสิ่งที่ไม่เคยทำคิดในสิ่งที่ไม่เคยคิด
เราต้องการเทคโนโลยีที่ใหม่ขึ้นเรื่อยๆไม่เฉพาะเทคโนโลยีด้านพลังงานแต่รวมถึงเทคโนโลยีด้านเกษตรกรรมและในภาคอุตสาหกรรมที่จะต้องมาสนับสนุนประเทศไทยในการลดการปล่อยคาร์บอน
วันนี้เรากำลังปรับเปลี่ยนเพื่อให้เกิดนวัตกรรมสีเขียวหรือพลังงานสะอาดเราเองตั้งเป้าไปด้วยกันกับทุกคนเพราะว่าฟุตพริ้นท์ของเขานะคะหรือรอยเท้าคาร์บอนของเขาก็คือฟุตพริ้นท์ของเรา
เองทำยังไงให้เราสามารถผลิตบรรจุภัณฑ์ที่จะส่งผลกระทบต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมน้อยลงนะครับเราจะเริ่มได้ตั้งแต่การใช้พลังจากแสงอาทิตย์เป็นต้นโซลาร์เซลล์เป็นเริ่มต้น แต่ในระยะยาวเนี่ยก็ต้องมองแหล่งพลังงานที่มีความเป็นมิตรต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมเป็นการลดการปล่อยก๊าซเรือนกระจกนะครับ
มองให้เห็นว่า climate change ก็เป็น climate chance เหมือนกันมองเรื่องนี้ให้เป็นโอกาสในการที่ชาติเราคนของเราธุรกิจของเราอุตสาหกรรมของเราเนี่ยจะสร้างอะไรใหม่ๆจะสร้าง new S-curve ขึ้นมา
ไม่มีองค์กรใดองค์กรหนึ่งจะทำได้ด้วยตัวเองที่สำคัญที่สุดคือมันต้องเป็นการทำร่วมกัน Public Private Partnership นะครับจะทำให้ประสบความสำเร็จ
ทุกคนทำได้นะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นผู้หญิงไม่ว่าจะเป็นเด็กไม่ว่าจะผู้ชายทุกคนสามารถทำได้นะคะผู้หญิงเรามีพลังดีๆมากมายเลยพลังบวกแล้วก็เป็นพลังที่จริงๆแล้วน่าจะมาช่วยตอบโจทย์ปัญหาวิกฤตอะไรในยุคสมัยนี้ได้มากเลยค่ะ
การจัดซิมโพเซียมของ ESG ในวันที่ 19 กรกฎาคมก็เป็นอีกกิจกรรมหนึ่งที่จะให้พวกเราได้มาช่วยกันคิดนะคะช่วยกันหาวิธีการช่วยกันลงมือทำเพื่อจะสร้างโลกยั่งยืนแล้วก็ส่งต่อโลกสวยงามให้ลูกหลานนะคะเชิญชวนมากันนะคะวันที่ 19 กรกฎาคมค่ะ
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the ESG Symposium 2022, Achieving ESG and Growing Sustainability. My name is Sasini Amolatanakon, and I'm so honored to be your host for MC for today, talking about the ESG opening show that you just watched in the beginning. It's all the reasons why we are here today. As you can see, nowadays we're facing many chaotics in this our world. Our world is very sick of environmental chaos, sick of society with inequality, and also the poor governance with high corruption, and these affecting us more and more and in every dimensions of our lives. So this is time for us to take an actions, to join hands together to make the change happen, and this is the reasons why we gathering here today. And ladies and gentlemen, the ESG Symposium 2022 stage this year, we bring together the perspective of more than 10 world-class leaders from global and regional partners in the business sectors, startup, and the young generation. And before we meet our keynote speaker, I would like to invite everyone here and both who are watching us in the online to share your thought on the ESG issue together. So just easy, just take out your phone and scan QR code on the screen. And this QR code will link you to the Slido program. And who watching us in this room, you can scan the QR code on the TV, zoom in, and then scan like this, perfect. And this QR code will link you to the Slido. The questions it's waiting for you to answer. What emergency crisis issue are you affected? Think of the issue around you, what you're affected and bothering with this issue, and you want to change. What is that emergency issue? Please share your thought to us via this Slido. And please take your time. I give you around 1 minute. And while we wait for everyone to share your thought, please allow me to speak briefly about this year's ESG Symposium. We have the exhibition outside, as you can see, which demonstrates the powers of collaborations to action, which is driving the ESG. If you haven't finished the exhibition zone yet, you can return after the event. And those who are watching us in the event online, you can visit the live exhibition after this session in event hall at finished. And those who are watching in the event through the SCG-verse, you can also visit at the virtual exhibition zone. Oh, they many ideas. What emergency crisis issue are you affected? Okay, let's see. Let's see the result. We want to see the 3 top ranks. What your emergency issue are you affected, both in this room and who are watching us via online and in SCG-verse. And everyone who attend today the event, we not only have the opportunity to exchange the idea and learn more about the innovation and ESG practice, we will also play a role in improving our world and this planet Earth to be the better, to go in the better direction. We see many ideas of you like climate change, corruption, air pollution, plastic waste, hot water, energy, food waste, PM 2.5, and many. And I think climate change is the top rank. You can see here, you can see on the screen who watching in this hall, we have the AR. The AR here, the climate change is the top rank, and the second is the global warming, and the third is the air pollution. And these are the problem that we're facing, and all these are the issues that everyone facing in our daily life, and they are affecting us more and more. In this moment, we will hear from experts on how to address this issue. And without further ado, to welcome all of you to the ESG Symposium 2022 officially. On this occasion, I would like to invite Khun Lungrod Langsiyopat, President and CEO of SCG, to give us the opening remarks. Please welcome.
Greetings.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As COVID-19 is fading, well, actually, I should not say it's fading, but I think the severity and the hospitalizations of the cases are actually reduced, particularly in many countries around the world. But now we are facing with crisis after crisis. Inflation, recession. These are crises that face upon us. But at the same time, we must not forget that there are major one that is looming behind us, which is the climate change. And it's not only climate change, but also the loss of nature. At the same time, the income inequality is increasing all over the world. And as we are faced with crisis after crisis, these issues are actually getting more severe. We are seeing heat waves across Europe. We are seeing flood, drought, and also the severity of the climate change patterns is alarming. Ignorance is not an option. We are part of this problem, and we can choose to be the part of the solution as well. During the past year, we have seen an improved communication, collaborations, not only within the industry, but across the industry, within the value chain, and between private and public sectors. This is encouraging, but I'm not so sure whether this is adequate. The ESG Symposium this year includes the collaboration and discussions within the industry, across the industry, in order to collaborate and develop technology, research and development collaboration, in order to improve, in order for us to achieve low carbon society. It also includes discussions in order to improve the issuance of the new products, green and green solution. But I think also it is encouraging to see the collaboration in terms of the dialogues between old and the new generation in order to come up with a solution to improve the quality of life, to increase the chance for the people that are in need of the chance. It also includes the discussions in terms of diversity, power of women in the society, in order to make sure that our world is sustainable. This is upon us. At the same time, what is important for this year ESG Symposium, it is also a platform for action. We must not forget that collaboration alone will not help us to get to the sustainable world. Collaboration must come together with action. This is important, so please act now to save our world. Thank you very much and enjoy the symposium this year. Thank you. ขอบคุณครับ
And on this occasion, I would like to invite Kun Vung Rod and our honor keynote speaker on the stage for the photograph session. May I invite Kun Thamasak Setha Udom, Executive Vice President and Co-Chair of Sustainable Development Committee of SCG. And next, Kun Thomas Gio, Chief Executive of the Global Cement and Concrete Association, GCCA. May I invite Kun Supaji Sukhampan, Group Chief Executive Officer of Dusit International. Next, may I invite Dr. Kittipong Pramwong, President of National Higher Education Science Research and Innovation Policy Council. May I invite Kun Paradon Chulachat, Honorary Chairman Plastic Industry Club of the Federations of Thai Industries. Next, Kun Methavi Tasana Sathiankit, CEO of Balkan Coalition Startup. Next, Kun Aminta Permpun Vivat, Thai Youth Climate Leaders. And the last, Kun Chayapon Julian Pupat, Roundtable Moderator. To invite one person more, Kun Kananet Wedwiti, Team Representative of Sign Language Program Development and Online Games for Education. Thank you all very much, our keynote speaker, Kun Vung Rod and Kun Thamasak. Thank you very much. We finished the photograph session at the beginning, and as the Kun Vung Rod stated at the welcoming speech, collaborations for action is the survival strategy for addressing the problem we face, and we must act in all dimensions. In the following session, we will meet the actions of collaborations in the ASEAN dimension on the topic of towards a sustainable and resilient ASEAN community, which will be live streamed from Brunei by our distinguished keynote speaker. Please give a round of applause to His Excellency Dato' Lim Chok Hoi, Secretary General of ASEAN.
Mr. Rongrod Rangsiopa, President and CEO of SCG, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. First and foremost, allow me to express my deepest gratitude for the opportunity to share with you on ASEAN's progress, recent initiative, and future plan on sustainability. It is unfortunate that I cannot join you in person, but the advancement in technology allowed me to still be part of this event, despite the physical distance. I'm particularly pleased to learn that this symposium is being led by the private sector, where the confluence of ideas can help highlight the link between profitability and responsibility. The COVID-19 pandemic has reversed many of ASEAN's development gains. Several key sectors that are major growth drivers in the region were hit, especially those linked to travel, tourism, and other high-contact sectors that rely on in-person interface to conduct business. And responding to the pandemic, ASEAN leaders adopted the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework and its implementation plan in 2020 as a community-wide consolidated exit strategy from COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. The good news is this recovery framework has resulted in positive outcomes. ASEAN's economy is projected to grow by 4.9% this year from 3.3% contraction in 2020. Our trade volumes has returned to pre-pandemic level, driven by agriculture, construction, manufacturing, and ICT. There has also been strong interest to invest in our region, with massive potential in technology and digital economy. The better news is the pandemic has also afforded an opportunity to recalibrate and sharpen our focus towards key priority in building a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for ASEAN. Indeed, in recent years, scholars have re-examined the roles of firms in the light of the mounting environmental and social problems and concluded that the main purpose of business is to solve the problem of society profitability. As a global society, we are now on the verge of a global climate catastrophe, a result from unchecked consumption and behaviors that have put a strain on the planet. As a regional community, the impact of climate change will be immense from all aspects, including environmental, economic, and social perspective. The Asian Development Bank estimated that if we continue business as usual, the impact of climate change on Southeast Asia will reduce the region's GDP by 11% by the end of the century. Therefore, it is absolutely critical for ASEAN to pursue collective efforts to find a balance where we are able to support future growth while ensuring our natural assets can continue to provide the needed resources. However, this will require the involvement of everyone, and the private sector plays a critical role as key implementer of sustainable initiatives in the region, as well as maintaining environmental, social, and governance standards. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, sustainable development has been embedded in the ASEAN community building efforts, especially under the ASEAN Community Vision 2025, which emphasizes on the regional focus of environmental protection, climate change, green technology and development. The sets of values and principles carried through the ASEAN Community Vision 2025 also complement the UN 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development, particularly in 5 areas. First is poverty eradication. Second is infrastructure and connectivity. Third is sustainable management of natural resources. Fourth is sustainable consumption and production. And the fifth is resilience of national economy and society. I'm happy to share that ASEAN have made significant strides in all 5 areas. More notably, sustainability initiatives are gaining considerable momentum in the past few years. Last year, ASEAN adopted the framework for circular economy for the ASEAN Economic Community that seeks to create a structured pathway for all ASEAN member states to work towards a circular economy model that seeks to prolong the value of resources and minimize waste. The framework builds on the existing ASEAN Sustainable Initiative at the sectoral level, which aims to close the loop of linear production and consumption. I'm pleased to share that this year ASEAN will come up with implementation plan for the framework focusing on 3 sectors, namely agriculture, energy, and transport. In the first phase of the implementation, the sectors have been identified as high-impact sectors given that they are among the highest carbon emitters, but at the same time have also mobilized various sustainability initiatives throughout the years. More sectors will be covered in the coming years as well as we roll out the implementation phases. On that note, we commend Thailand for the conceptualizing the biocircular green economic model as part of its plans in achieving inclusive and sustainable growth. The focus of the BCG model is using natural assets efficiently and with limited impact on the environment, particularly in the sectors of food and agriculture, medical and wellness, bioenergy and biochemical, as well as tourism and creative economy, will be an important part of our efforts towards realizing the circular economy. In the same vein, we are witnessing globally the impact of green transitions across the economic sector as both consumers and producers shift towards sustainable practices. Global producers are racing to reduce and eliminate their carbon footprint to remain competitive in the light of emerging new climate-related legislation such as the carbon borders adjustment measures by the EU. Such a legislation will make ASEAN's products and services less desirable if we do not address our industrial emissions. Therefore, ASEAN must be quick to respond to this global green shift, not only from the environmental perspective, but also from the economic perspective, as ASEAN's trade competitiveness is at stake. Hence, in addition to the circular economy implementation, ASEAN is also drafting a regional strategy for carbon neutrality that will provide strategic guidance towards decarbonization in the region. The strategy will cover key areas that include carbon emission tracking, identification of carbon sink, nature-based solution, ecosystem for carbon and market, and investment in green transition technologies. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, funding green transition involves a significant amount of cost for developing economies like ASEAN, especially against the backdrop of post-pandemic recovery. The Asian Development Bank projected that over the next decade, ASEAN would need $2 trillion USD investment in sustainable infrastructure. An analysis by DBS Finance Services Group find that $3 trillion USD in green investment is needed up to 2030 if ASEAN is to move forward in green transition. To facilitate the mobilization of funds towards sustainability projects, in 2021, ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance was developed as a concrete steps to accelerate regional sustainable finance agenda. In addition, the ASEAN Central Bank have also pursued its commitment to sustainable finance through the development of ASEAN Sustainable Banking Principles. ASEAN is also currently developing sustainable linked bonds standard that will complement the green, social, and sustainability bond standards in facilitating ASEAN capital market to tap the green finance to support sustainable regional growth and meet investors' interests for green investments. In addition to finance, which is one of the key enablers for green transition, digitalization plays a critical role as an accelerator for ASEAN to transform into a low-carbon circular economy. Digitalization offers high efficiency throughout industrial processes, enable innovation for decarbonization, and promote energy saving. Furthermore, digitalizations provide new jobs, can raise productive capacity, and also spur a more inclusive and sustainable economic growth. With bold initiative and proper implementation, ASEAN digital transformation may add $1 trillion to the region's GDP in the next decade. To date, ASEAN has put in place 73 initiatives spanning across 3 pillars of ASEAN community to advance its digital transformation agenda. While digitalization-related initiatives under the ASEAN political security pillar have been emphasized on enhancing regional cybersecurity cooperation, those undertaken within the ambit of ASEAN social cultural pillar has also been focused on, among others, human capital development, digital literacy, and the role of technologies in addressing the region's sustainability concern. 2 recent digitalization-related initiatives has been considered as key milestones to the path of digital ASEAN community, namely the Bandar Seri Begawan Roadmap for ASEAN Digital Transformation and the Consolidated Strategy on the 4th Industrial Revolution for ASEAN. These key documents define how ASEAN plans to advance its digital transformation and complement other ASEAN digital transformation agenda in a structured and coordinated manner across pillar, sector, and ASEAN member states. The Bandar Seri Begawan Roadmap provides a concrete plan for ASEAN to prepare for upcoming negotiation under Digital Economy Framework Agreement, where the CSR and 4IR introduced ASEAN 4IR agenda and priority across technology, governance, and cybersecurity, digital economy, and digital transformation. To ensure effective implementation of 4IR consolidated strategy and maximize the potential benefit that the initiative can bring to ASEAN and its citizens, an implementation plan of the 4IR consolidated strategy is currently being under developed to operationalize the strategy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN has put in place the building blocks for sustainable and resilient future by designing forward-looking strategy under the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, integrating and promoting sustainable development elements in a policy making and accelerating digital transformation that will be the bedrock that shape ASEAN's beyond 2025. Having this policy, however, is futile without the support of the private sector that will catalyze the region's transformation to be sustainable, resilient, and future-ready. I personally look forward to the private sector's support in materializing ASEAN transformation, and I wish you a very successful symposium ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Dato' Lim Chok Hoi, Secretary General of ASEAN. And we listen to the perspective of the actions in the ASEAN. And in the next session, we will move forward to the global action in business and investment sector by our distinguished speaker, broadcasting live from Switzerland and Hong Kong. In this session, we have two keynote speakers, Kun Peter Becker, President and CEO of WBCSD, sharing in the topic of global action, and Kun Bonnie Liang, Director, Head of BlackRock, sharing in the topic of actions in finance. So at this time, please give a round of applause to Kun Peter Becker, sharing in the topic of global action.
My name is Peter Bakker. I'm the President and CEO of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, or WBCSD for short. WBCSD is the premier global CEO-led community of over 200 of the world's leading companies, working collectively to accelerate the system transformation needed for a net zero, nature positive, and more equitable future. SCG is one of our valued members, and it's a great pleasure to address you all today at the ESG Symposium 2022, where global leaders share their ideas, practices, and initiatives to drive ESG forward. Environmental, social, and governance criteria, the so-called ESG criteria, are key to empowering business to operate within planetary boundaries and inspire positive change for the planet and the people. It is urgent to redesign capital markets, to enable business and investors to articulate the link between the purpose and strategy of the company and to tackle the three biggest challenges of our time: climate emergency, nature loss, and mounting inequalities. Solving these challenges is even more important in today's uncertain and volatile political and economic social context. While national and international economies are still recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, the recent conflict in Europe's eastern boundaries is lingering on and greatly disturbing the food and energy systems and other commodity value chains. On top of this backdrop came the IPCC's latest scientific assessment on the impacts of climate change. The news was stark. It is now or never. If the world is to stave off climate change, it was just the latest in a long series of wake-up calls. These challenges and the growing consumer demand for sustainability have increased pressure on businesses. Beyond apparent obstacles, business have a unique opportunity to adapt, to be leaders of change, to transform value chains and production systems, to transform through that the way we all live. We have a unique opportunity to realize a world in which 9+ billion people live well within planetary boundaries by mid-century. Achieving this relatively simply worded vision requires a wholesale transformation of everything we have grown up with. Energies needs to decarbonize, materials need to go circular, food needs to be produced sustainable and equitable, and provide healthy diets for all. To achieve this vision, as outlined in WBCSD's Vision 2050 Time to Transform report, business leaders everywhere need to change their mindsets toward building long-term resilience, toward a regenerative approach to business, and ultimately toward reinventing capitalism. One of the critical changes that must take place is the assessment and management of ESG risks. We found that only 29% of companies show some alignment between what they say in their sustainability report and what they disclose in their legal financial filings. This disconnect between disclosing ESG issues in sustainability reports and disclosing ESG factors in risk filings and statutory documents demonstrate that organizations find it challenging to integrate emerging ESG risks into existing risk management frameworks. In practice, this means that companies are exposed to a range of risks that are not being properly accounted for and possibly managed. This is why WBCSD has established the Enterprise Risk Management Initiative, or ERM for short. Led by our member SCG, the initiative helps companies integrate ESG risks into their mainstream risk processes. We are creating a risk management framework that includes social and environmental aspects, preserves value, and reduces downside exposure, helping to connect risk, strategy, and decision-making while enhancing corporate performance. The work of SCG's Sustainable Development Committee has been critical in shaping this new framework. The company has engaged in several partnerships and collaborations with government agencies, businesses, and civil society, leading to increased understanding and confidence among shareholders and stakeholders regarding the management of environment, society, and government. SCG has notably collaborated with its suppliers to establish common risk assessment frameworks and identify high ESG risk suppliers. I'm impressed by SCG's leadership in this space, which has resulted in 99% of suppliers to SCG's cement and chemicals business now being compliant with its ESG requirements. Like SCG, companies all around the world need to accelerate credible and coherent actions toward a net zero, nature positive, and equitable world. And only through collective action of all of you present here today will we be able to transform the global supply chains and financial markets as we strive towards a more sustainable future. It is time to transform. It is time to think systems. It is time to create true value now. I count on all of you to join us on this decisive journey of our generation.
To share in the topic of actions in finance sector, please give a big round of applause to Kun Bonnie Liang, Director BlackRock Sustainable Investing.
Hi everyone and good morning. I'm very excited to speak at today's conference, but first let me start by thanking Siam Cement Group for having me here today. ESG and sustainability is at the heart of what BlackRock does, and that's why we're very excited to be able to speak today. It is our standard for investing. Now, why is that? With about $9.6 trillion of assets that we manage on behalf of our clients as of Q1 2022, we're entrusted by our clients to put their money in investments with an aim to achieve better long-term risk-adjusted returns. We're a fiduciary to our clients. The money we manage is not our own. So it's our responsibility to understand how changes around the world will impact our clients' investment outcomes. This means we must stay ahead not only of rapidly changing events, but also of longer-term structural changes in 2030, 2050, or even 2060, and how these will affect markets and our client portfolios. So, as a key initiative over the last few years, we've made sustainability integral to the way we invest. This is based on a deeply held investment conviction that integrating sustainability can help investors A, build more resilient portfolios, B, more effectively manage risks, C, seize new investment opportunities, and D, achieve better long-term returns. The world has completely changed over the last year. There have been major shifts in geopolitics. Some countries have started to open up following the pandemic, and others are still experiencing significant restrictions. And all of this is affecting the global economic outcome. And yet, amidst what feels like seismic shifts, some things still remain constant. Specifically, the importance of the energy transition and Asia's critical role in the global path to decarbonization and net zero. When we look at the context in which the energy transition is unfolding, inflation is a major concern for many investors. Even prior to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the effects of the pandemic, including government stimulus, the shift in consumer demand from services to household goods, labor shortages, and supply chain bottlenecks, all contributed to inflationary pressures that we had not seen in decades. In the United States, inflation is at its 40-year high, and the Fed just raised its benchmark rates by 75 basis points in June, and is expecting to make further increases throughout the summer. As more and more countries prioritize national security and seek to reduce their dependence on Russian energy, we're seeing an immediate effect in both supply and pricing. This is what happens when you try to transition away from one kind of energy without figuring out how to replace it with another type. Consumers are now dealing with higher energy prices as a result. And at the same time, people are dealing with higher costs for food and basic goods as well. And while dependence on Russian energy is in the spotlight, companies and governments are also looking more broadly at their dependencies. We're seeing companies start to recalibrate their global supply chain, placing greater emphasis on proximity and reliance than on costs. And that's going to add to inflationary pressures. Developments like these are throwing the scale, complexity, and uncertainty of the transition itself into sharp relief. But the energy transition was never going to be smooth or linear. It was always expected to have ups and downs and move at different speeds in different places. We'll go from shades of brown to shades of green. In fact, we believe both inflation and the search for energy security can ultimately serve to accelerate the shift to find new and more affordable sources of energy. European policymakers are already pursuing investment in renewables as an important component of energy security. Now, while all of this may be quite distant geographically for Asia from the events in Europe, the urgency to act is still very real. There are three key points we need to keep in mind in relation to Asia's energy transition. First, Asia produces around half of global greenhouse emissions today, and this is expected to increase, not decrease, since many nations are yet to hit peak emissions as their economies continue to grow. Second, Asia will be one of the most impacted regions when we talk about climate change and its physical impact on the world. In 2020, extreme weather and climate change impacts across Asia caused deaths, displaced millions more, and cost hundreds of billions of dollars. And it placed a heavy toll on infrastructure and ecosystem. Third, conventional fuels are currently still the primary source of energy in many Asian countries and tend to be a key source of national income for several economies. So, according to the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, GFANZ, globally, we need $32 trillion of investment over the next decade to transform the global economy and avoid the worst physical impacts of climate. Of that $32 trillion, Asia Pacific region represents $13.6 trillion, or around 42.5% of the total. So Asia has a big role to play in net zero. GFANZ identifies 4 archetypes of decarbonization investments: market creation opportunities, early technology bets, established investment opportunities, and maturing technologies, each of which face different barriers to scaling up investments. Most of the Asia opportunities fall under the early technology space, where there's high but highly uncertain potential returns, requiring an enabling policy framework. According to a white paper published by our Alternatives Investment Team in 2021, it is estimated that 44% of the world's renewable energy investments between 2021 and 2050 will likely be spent in the Asia-Pacific region. APAC requires 1.6 terawatts of renewable capacity. That's equivalent to 64,000 onshore wind turbines every year. In most of Southeast Asia, solar and hydropower are key tenets of the region's low-carbon future because of their plentiful resources. But in places such as Singapore, where there's a smaller size geographically, it'll be harder to make solar and hydropower a large mix of its renewable mix. So instead, new decarbonization technologies like hydrogen are potential options. The job in Asia to achieve net zero is harder and more pressing, which requires us to move faster to build green economies. But at the same time, it also presents more opportunities. The challenge is daunting. The transition must be fair for families who spend a greater proportion of their income on energy. It must be fair on communities and workers whose livelihoods are threatened by the stranding of certain assets. Any plan that focuses solely on limiting supply and fails to address demand for hydrocarbons will drive up energy prices for those who can least afford it. The result could be greater political polarization around climate change and erode our global progress. So as we pursue these ambitious goals, which will take time, governments and companies must act and ensure that people continue to have access to reliable and affordable energy sources. A report published this March by the Carbon Disclosure Project, CDP, found that at the end of 2021, only 8% of companies in the Asia-Pacific region had signed on to plans to reach net zero carbon emissions. Setting net zero target is the first step towards reducing emissions and ultimately contributing to the transition. So our questions to companies is, what are you doing to disrupt your business? How are you preparing for and participating in the net zero transition? We remain optimistic for the future, and we continue to believe that our collective actions today can make a meaningful impact in the years to come. So to close, I want to congratulate Siam Cement Group for hosting today's symposium. It is only with dialogues such as these on the net zero transition that we can have a productive discussion and collectively catalyze the solutions we need to get to our goal of net zero. I shall end here and look to a successful rest of today. Thank you.
And thank you very much our speaker in the sessions of the Global ESG Perspective in Business and Investment Sector, Kun Peter Backer, President and CEO of WBCSD, and Kun Bonnie Liang, Director of Head of Hate Rock. And from the previous session, we listened the perspective from the ASEAN and from the bigger one, the global, of how we should tackle problems that arise. I believe all of you are eager to share your opinions on this, and we just take the short mini break by doing the Slido once again. Please take out your phone again and scan QR code at the same. The QR code will link you to the Slido program. The second question is waiting for you to answer. I think the two sessions that you learned, maybe you have the opinion or you have something like to share your thought to us, so you can share what emergency crisis issue need to be solved first. We narrow down you into 8 issues for you to choose, which are climate crisis, nature loss, waste, inequality, human rights, economic recession and corruption. What do you think? What emergency crisis issue need to be solved first? Just pick only one. And while waiting for you to answer the questions, I would like to talk more about this event. We organized this event, the ESG Symposium 2022, in the green meeting practice that is environmental friendly to our world. Starting from this venue, it is close to public transportation, so this helps reduce traveling by private car. And the food service at the event is prepared in the appropriate number, avoiding waste, and it is made with local ingredients. And third, about the waste management, we have proper waste segregation and management, as you can see in front of the event hall. Also, we adjust this temperature in this room to 25 degrees. Also using recyclable, reusable materials for venue decorations, as you can see at the stage and at the exhibition outside. And you see the shirt of the staff, right? It's made from the recycled plastic bottle. So it's made from the bottle, so it's be the shirt that staff wear today. And this is all how we call the green meeting, organize the meeting with environment-friendly concern. And here we go, the result. Okay, the first one is also the climate change, like the questions that I argued at the first session. What is your emergency issue that you affected? You also said climate change. And the second, you think it needs to be solved, so it's climate change or again. And the second is waste and corruption followed by economic recession. Because the climate crisis is what we see in the news every day. We see in many countries that affecting this crisis. So it's killed many people. Okay, you see the AR? Okay, you see the AR that's come up. You can see on the TV. The first rank is climate change. So we have to take the actions to make all these tackles, to take the tackles to all these problems. And you will learn the perspective from our guest speaker today from now on. And we discuss more some pressing issues that must be addressed. And I would like to invite everyone to the next ESG in action in the business sector dimension under the topic of growing business with ESG. In this session, we have 3 keynote speakers. Kun Thomas Gio, Chief Executive of GCCA, sharing in the topic of alliance action. Second, Kun Elizabeth Brinton, Corporate Vice President Sustainability of Microsoft. And third, Kun Metavi Tasana Satyankit, CEO of Valcan Coalition Startup. And now it's time to deliver on the Alliance Action Dimension. Please join us to welcome Kun Thomas Gio, Chief Executive of GCCA on the stage.
Thank you very much. Dear guests, distinguished audience, people from overseas on the internet, I would like to thank you very much, SCG, for giving me this opportunity, in particular the President and CEO. That's a great honor, and I'm extremely excited to tell you the story about concrete and cement. In fact, concrete is an essential element to the planet. It's a material that is merely substitutable, and it's a material that is needed to protect and to preserve ourselves, especially in the times to come. But before I go more into the concrete, I would like to come back to one big on the core of the problem, which is basically the CO2 emissions that we have. This is a graph that shows the evolution of CO2 emissions over the last years. And you see, in fact, it's a steady growth. The only thing that curve it, right, are economic recessions or COVID. That's basically the little things that are going around. And that's what we have promised, right? So this is what COP says, 30 years, go to zero, go to net zero. How do we make that happen? How do we make that happen? We know that on the person for BlackRock was speaking about that. One of the big issues is about energy, right? Energy today, in the global energy mix, about less than 20% are coming from renewable. So we have basically to phase out 80%, more than 80% of the current energy mix, and we have to add the capacity for the growth. So now the question is how does it play with us, cement and concrete? And in fact, we have a roadmap, and there is essentially two words that gives us confidence on that, make us believe that this will happen on our sector will go net zero. Commitment and action. Commitment first. 80% of the cement industry has come together under the GCCA banner to say, we will make that happen. We will make that happen, we will roll out, we will make plans, we will deliver the plans, and we will make sure that around the world, we abate our emissions. Actions. We are not starting from a standstill. You see here the evolution of the cement footprint in the last 30 years, minus 20%. The commitment there is to accelerate the development over the decade, accelerate the development also of technologies, and make sure that we are getting ready for a bigger acceleration in the last 2 decades of the 30 years ahead of us. I will not go into the detail, but this is quite well explained. We have actually different levels for decarbonization in the cement and concrete sector. The first one is about being frugal, frugality. It's a common word now, people are talking about that, but it's basically building better, building with less concrete, putting less cement in concrete, and putting less CO2 into cement. The second element is circularity. Circularity is an important element. Cement and concrete is really a material that is infinitely recyclable, and that the development of this circularity will ensure that the footprint of the material goes down. Innovation in product. All around the world, cement companies are putting on the market low carbon footprint cement. Yes, they are more expensive, but through the commitment of the people, through the commitment of the buyers, we can actually continue to develop that product. And innovation in technology such as carbon capture, use and store. That's a critical development. Technology exists, it's in use in many countries of the world, but we need to mature it and we need to upscale it for our industry and make sure that this happens. We are here talking about business, and in fact, many, if not all, of these levels brings opportunities. And you have outside fantastic examples of how this comes to reality. Alternative fuels, recycling of concrete material, you have examples there. The use of plastics for waste, the use of plastic waste for energy or for other products. Clinker factor, moving the product, differentiation of our products. And finally, CCUS, a fantastic ecosystem that needs to be developed for further economic growth. Now, the second word was action. How do we bring this global commitment to local actions? That's an essential part of our program. We have launched in GCCA the Net Zero Accelerator, which essentially aims at bringing on understanding how the various decarbonization levels can be implemented in the countries. And there, our members, 80% of the cement producers around the planet, plus some key Chinese manufacturing, are looking on taking leadership in implementing these developments, defining how they can engage with local government to make change happen, and defining what projects need to become. We heard it, 32 billion euros, dollars, it's the same thing now, coming to us for investment, looking for development, looking for investments. And in that activity, at the forefront, we have Thailand. We have launched that program on Thailand, TCMA. We are the first country to raise the hand and to say, we want to be part of that, we want to develop that, and we want to make that program with you in order to see how effectively in Thailand this can take place. So we have run that. You see we have 4 countries that got there, but Thailand was by far the first one. We are near to completion, and I'm extremely proud to be here to express that. So with all this, I am pretty convinced We are today at the verge of a very big challenge, but our industry, the concrete and cement sector, which is cool or so-called a hard-to-abate sector, I'm pretty convinced that we can make it become a first-to-abate sector. And this will happen in the next 30 years. Thank you very much.
And next, please welcome Kun Elizabeth Britton, Corporate Vice President Sustainability of Microsoft, sharing in the topic of the global company.
Hello, everyone. Greetings. This is Elizabeth Brinton from Microsoft. I'm our CVP of Sustainability Worldwide, and it is a pleasure to be with you today. First, I'm going to provide an overview of Microsoft's sustainability journey. We see climate change and humanity's response to it as one of the greatest challenges of our lifetime. We need to stabilize our climate by building towards a net zero carbon economy where we collectively are removing as much greenhouse gas as we emit, yet at the same time we're building growth and profitability and prosperity. Climate change is already affecting every region on Earth. Just as human-caused greenhouse gas emissions are responsible for global warming, human actions still have the potential to determine the future course of the climate. Strong and sustained reductions in emissions of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases will limit climate change. Unless there are immediate, rapid, large-scale, and practical reductions in greenhouse gas emissions that are measurable, limiting warming to close to 1.5 degrees Celsius or even 2 degrees Celsius, it will become out of reach. So now is the time of action. It's not too late to put together a future that allows everyone to not only survive, but thrive on our precious planet. And for that, we need to work together at the intersection of technology and science and economics so that we can better understand what's happening and respond with tools to better manage our environmental resources, mitigate risk, and transform our organizations. Businesses, like all of ours, need to be both sustainable and still grow, provide great employment, and be profitable. So it's a complex but worthy mission. At Microsoft today, we're working very, very hard to help create momentum to solve these challenges. Every organization can go faster if they build upon the work and experience of those that have gone before and been working on sustainability for decades. That is why we're committed to delivering trusted, accurate, and easy to implement technology solutions to environmental challenges. Sustainability isn't just something that we do from an operational standpoint, it's actually at the core and the heart of our businesses. This is our approach and focus. We recognize that it doesn't get built overnight, and it's been a journey for us, and we look forward to continuing to be a journey with our partners and our customers. It's not new to us. At Microsoft, we started our sustainability journey over a decade ago. We've landed important work ever since as we set our first carbon emissions reductions goals back in 2009. We've made steady progress, but we realized that given the size of the planetary challenge, then we need to continue to improve and grow our own ambition, especially as we're growing our business. And in 2020, we made significant commitments to guide our environmental sustainability work over the next decade and beyond, because we know that by 2030, society must be well on our way to mitigating and adapting to rapidly changing climate and risks. So this is the decade. One of the things I should note that you see on the slide is that we actually made a commitment and put a price to internal price on our own carbon, and that has helped drive our capital and our decision making. We've learned a lot from this. We've learned a lot over the last decade, including both how to drive sustainability and how to maximize business potential. It's not a zero-sum game. Success goes hand in hand. With the right data intelligence, with the right commitment and ability to measure and manage, we can all do so much more and actually bring out the full potential of our organizations. We can bring together environmental, financial, and operational data to inform more credible and value-based decision-making, to turn discussions about supply chain logistics into value system and value chain solutions, enabling all of us to help make effective, targeted capital investments to actually reduce the environmental impact as we're actually growing and improving our own businesses and business models. It's about innovation just as much as it is about practicality, retaining operational excellence and increasing shareholder value. Again, we see sustainability as opportunity, not a zero-sum game. Through the work we've been doing on our own sustainability journey and the connections we've made with experts around the world and with our customers, we've also found that most organizations are facing many of the same sustainability challenges. The lack of global standards for accurately and reliably recording and reporting carbon emissions, for one, is arguably a very complex challenge, but there are several others. Research indicates most organizations are using offline spreadsheets to organize and report their emissions data. This is insufficient to meet the regulatory scrutiny or auditability. The world will need automated carbon controls similar to automated financial controls, and this cannot be managed manually. Ultimately, sustainability is about trust. We need to digitize processes and break down data silos and centralize data in a common format, both within organizations and throughout the value chains. We need better visibility into the environmental footprint of entire operations, targeting partners both upstream and downstream and across our product life cycles. And finally, we need to understand how the levers we pull and the investments we make to make reduction in environmental impact, how that affects our organization's bottom line, profitability, margin, shareholder value, the opportunities for business growth in a very pragmatic and realistic manner. These challenges all can be addressed with better digital technologies. On our own sustainability journey, we have accomplished some great things, but of course, we could not have achieved success without the support of our partners who brought unique ideas to the table, who we're collaborating with and have collaborated with. We have executed together bold plans to help land our collective ambitions and also transform our business. Now customers are consistently asking us what we've learned through our journey, and that's part of why we're building a partner ecosystem. So let's look at some of our key takeaways and consider how the concepts that we've been incubating ourselves and with our partners can be improved upon and leveraged elsewhere. For example, mitigation and migration. Mitigation of the carbon footprint and migration to the cloud, what we've done with Azure to make it more energy efficient, and innovation around smart buildings and data centers are just some of the examples. Our efforts to eliminate single-use plastic and attention to reducing the environmental impact of our supply chain. Our carbon tax or internal price on carbon actually fuels innovation. It drives discipline, drives better behavior and productivity software that helps people connect remotely with a smaller carbon footprint, even as it continues to be a critical tool for our own productivity and improvement. Again, what's exciting is that it's not a zero sum. And so we think about sustainability, we think about green IT and IT for green. Another example that I like to share is with a partner called Ecolab. Ecolab is a leader in water, hygiene, and infection prevention solutions. Ecolab is helping companies achieve net zero water usage by collecting data from its customers' global water systems and providing deeper insights to deliver more value. Ecolab and Microsoft work very closely together to deliver water management solutions on a much larger scale and a much deeper level than previously possible. For example, we're helping enable Ecolab to leverage data insights using machine learning and advanced analytics to generate useful data insights in real time. Deliver more value by providing personalized new services using Azure IoT solution accelerators. And we're helping customers reduce water consumption by engaging and connecting all teams to meet goals of net zero water usage. To quote Ecolab, we have 47,000 people serving 1 million customer locations around the world, from nuclear plants to vaccine manufacturing factories. The right data at the right time is absolutely essential, end quote. So it's very, very inspiring and exciting. And again, pragmatic. We believe it takes all of us working together to make the changes required to create a prosperous, just, and environmentally sustainable, stable future. And working together, we can take action. We are optimistic. We see that we can start driving change now. Thank you so much for having me. Enjoy the rest of your day on this ESG Symposium. We very much appreciate the opportunity to be here. All the best.
And next, talking about the startup is the way we interested how to use the ESG practice by growing the business together. Let's learn from her. May I call on the stage คุณเมธวีทัศนาเสถียรกิจ CEO of Southcan Coalition, carrying in the topic of startup action. Please welcome.
นี่คือ AI เสียงตัวแรกในไทยที่คนพิการกว่า 600 คนมีส่วนช่วยในการพัฒนา
This is the first AI co-developed by 600 PWD people with disability across Thailand. Currently, 600 of them is listening to the voice at Vulcan platform and then transcribe it into text to train the text-to-speech AI in Thai language. Our experts working with them, we noticed that the speed of their work in data preparation outperformed their non-visible colleagues. Their hidden ability was described by brain rewire theory. This theory explains how the brain in non-function organ area link to other parts of the brain to enhance performance. For example, the visual cortex in blind people will link with the auditory cortex to support and enhance the hearing ability. Therefore, the blind people, they have a better hearing skill. Well, can see this as an opportunity to leverage PWD ability to uplift AI industry. At the beginning of these journeys, I believe PWD have potential to contribute to our society because I witnessed my blind friend from law school. He struggled a lot, he faced many challenges, but he fight and finally he can become a law professor at well-known university. And he is the one who inspired me to found Vulcan Coalition, AI startup driven by PWD abilities. Along this challenge journey, many times that I would like to give up, but I never did it because of the encouragement of PWD in our program. And today, I would like to tell some of that story. Firstly, I would like to introduce Ms. Lily. She is a dedicated blind worker. She used to work in Bangkok, but she went to her hometown because of health issues. She unemployed for almost 1 year because it's not easy to find a job in southern part of Thailand. Until she got an opportunity to work on Vulcan platform, which allowed her to work remotely. Now, she can live a happy life with her family without relying on their income because she can earn her own income by her abilities. I would like to introduce another mobile abilities in our program. His name is Mr. Light. Mr. Light, he used to apply for the job 11 times, but was denied by the companies. At the age of 52, his dream come true because our company partner employed him. Last time I met him at Pachinburi, he told me that, Kun Jun, I'm so proud of myself because at least at age of 52, I can be the head of the family and can earn income to support his family. Well, can also work with the deaf people. All of them are the vocational students from underprivileged families. So they have to find a job while they are studying. Lucky that we got support from the partner company to give them a job opportunity so they can earn money, send it to their family, and save for their future. Vulcan, we have been working with 4 types of people with disability, including blind, deaf, mobile ability, and autism. Every day, all of them will log in at our platform, and then they will prepare many types of data. After that, our AI scientists will use those types of data to train the smart algorithm. For example, currently, the people with disability, they are training the smart chatbot to respond to the customer question. In order to improve the performance of PWD, Vulcan we invent the accessible platform for all types of PWD. But I have to admit that our platform cannot be smoothly and fully accessible without the hard working of the disability software engineer team, including 2 blind back-end engineers and 1 front-end engineer who are Asperger syndrome. As our company is growing, we witness the better life of PWD in our program. Some of them be able to provide and support their family. Some of them are just graduating from the university. And some of them just save the money to open the small business. The most importantly, all of them can live without relying on other support and help, and they can proud of themselves. And finally, they can contribute to our society as a taxpayer. Before I ending of this speech, I would like to open the video of some of our PWD in our program.
Being disabled doesn't limit our potentiality. With opportunity and understanding, we can achieve anything we aim to do. Like me, who dreams of becoming a programmer, and now I am the fully competent software engineer that can help create the software that improves the lives of others.
Vulcan, as a small startup, we cannot achieve this alone. But with the collaboration between the Ministry of Social and Human Security and 53 leading companies in Thailand, we can create 600 job opportunities for PWDs in Thailand, which calculated to almost 60 million economic value. I believe together, private sector, startup and government, we can create a better society that left no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our speaker of this session, Glowing Business with ESG, for 3 dimensions of topic that our guest speaker talking to you today. First, Kun Thomas of GCCA talking about the Alliance and Action, collaborations of Global Alliance on the cement and concrete roadmap to net zero. And next, Kun Elizabeth of Microsoft talking the perspective of how global company use ESG while growing the business together from viewpoints from her. And the last, Kun Metavi talking in the perspective of the startup. Startup can use the ESG practice, growing the business together by helping people. She created the Vulcan platform for blind people, uplift AI industry to help the disabled for the blind to have the job and earn their living. It's so inspiration. And next, the one more important action that has the power to change the world is the actions of the young generation. Let's move to the next sessions of ESG through the lens of the next generation. You will get the chance to learn from the new generation's perspective who want to make our world to be a better place to live. And please welcome Kun Amin ตาเพิ่มภูมิวัฒน์ Thai Youth Climate Leaders 12th grade high school student ปทุมวัน Demonstration School sharing a topic of youth action. Please welcome.
In the mind of a futuristic inventor, our metaverse might look like something like a fully technologically advanced world. Intergalactic traveling, flying vehicles, and gadgets. It's enticing and encouraging all at the same time. It is the world that is driven by new generations who have visions and make the world into certain outcomes. It would lead us to explore new lands, dive new depths, and fly new heights, all the way to places beyond our imagination. But wait, in a different scenario, I also imagine a post-apocalyptic world filled with ashes, smog, murky colors, and not a single life to be found. Plagued by burning wildfires, dirty air quality, and muddy seas. A world that I fear will become our reality sooner rather than later. Some degrees of both versions are already on their way, one expanding and the other imploding. This country, Thailand, is one of the most vulnerable countries to the impacts of climate change. These extreme and unpredictable events come from our own actions in the air, on the ground, and under the sea. It is the reality of injustice, where people who contribute the least to the problem are affected the most. It is the reality of inequality to people who are most vulnerable to climate hazards. It is the reality of indifference among people who can afford to turn a blind eye to the problem. And yet, climate change does not care who emits the most carbon dioxide. Climate change does not care how much money you have made. Climate change only destroys. I know that there is no easy or one-size-fits-all solution, but we cannot wait and hope for it all to go away in the blink of an eye and rely purely on politicians. We have heard many fancy words and goals, but it is time that we move away from empty promises to real action. We cannot undo the mistakes of the past, but we can still change the present to save our future. I personally have the ambition to drive action in society. Last year, I was selected as Thailand's representative to the Youth for Climate Driving Ambition event. Nearly 400 young delegates were joined in Milan, Italy, to discuss climate solutions and propose a final document containing all the recommendations that were relevant for the UNFCCC processes and the agenda of COP26. Not only did I learn plenty of key actions to solve the climate crisis, but I saw firsthand the power of youth to bring about policy change. This experience opened my eyes to what youth can do, and it empowered me to do even more and carry on my own organization called Youth Mentorship Project. This organization recruits volunteer high school students as teachers to teach STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths to primary school children from vulnerable backgrounds. The goal of the organization is to foster these children into global citizens with the values of sustainability and climate resilience. We use a problem-based approach and hands-on activities to ensure that these students get to have fun and experiment while having tangible outputs. To do this, we have both in-classroom and outside classroom activities. One image has been ingrained in my mind, and that is of a little girl I taught. She was looking at me like I could be her savior. And for the first time, I saw it in her eyes that she had hope for change. And that touched something deep inside me. But how can one little organization have such an impact on society? It can't be driven by youth or volunteer teachers alone. So what we did was find partner organizations from the private sector who share a common goal. With their generous help and support as sponsors, we were able to perform at our best. We finally got recognition, and it allowed more schools to contact us and reach out to express interest in the program. At the beginning of this year, we also organized YMP Hackathon 1.0, a competition to lessen educational disparity in rural schools. Teams were encouraged to send their ideas using innovation, and we ended up having 90 teams with over 350 participants from every single region in Thailand. In the end, the winner presented their project, which was to implement knowledge sharing of eco-friendly traditional handicrafts and robotic skills between indigenous communities and the top schools in the country. And today, we actually have a short video from the winner talking about their project, so let's watch it all together.
ก็ขอบคุณคณะกรรมการของพี่เอมที่ทำให้พวกหนูเนี่ยได้มีโอกาสที่จะได้เผยแพร่วัฒนธรรมของพวกหนูที่โอกาสที่จะได้เผยแพร่เนี่ยแทบจะไม่มีเลยแต่ว่าพวกหนูเนี่ยได้เผยแพร่แล้วก็ได้เรียนรู้วัฒนธรรมของตัวเมืองแล้วก็ในชนบทร่วมกันค่ะ
As you can see, we are on the road towards success in implementing this exchange project between urban and rural schools in Ang Thong province. This has reaffirmed my belief that quality education and accessibility are the keys for our progressive world. Hence, we need direct investment into education and climate-related research and development. This is what brings hope to the young generation. And in order to achieve this, we need the involvement of every single agent. There's no denying that the private sector is a crucial part of a country's development. At the same time, ESG has also gained more traction in the business world. The latest Davos agenda mentioned leveraging ESG education to unlock the supply chain. And I do believe that this is a promising model. But the question now becomes, how can we prepare the next generation of leaders to rethink our future and take this issue into account? I believe that youth can be involved as entrepreneurs to drive sustainable businesses. If we have the opportunities and solutions to implement these best practices, then I am confident that we can push the boundaries for innovation to go beyond net zero. I hope this is inspiring, especially for us youth. We need to engage now more than ever before. We are inheriting a hotter, more unpredictable climate that has horrible consequences for our future. Yet, I do believe that we have the power and the ambition to change. Why? Because we can call on people to listen to us with our innovative solutions and stories through our collaboration in this borderless world. Technology is in our hands, so we must use it to make the world a better place. Climate change is based on science, not politics, but we must make it a political agenda in order to solve it. Evidently, science has given us a clear direction that we must take action, yet we take different paths and are divided in our responses. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't need a revolution, we need a revelation. In the eyes of the young generation, we don't need a new world. We only need this world, the world where we together can all master the tools with the power in our hands. Thank you so much. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Very inspiration. Thank you คุณอมินตาเพิ่มพูนวิวัฒน์ Thai Youth Climate Change Leaders. And not only คุณอมินตา, there is also the power of young people from ASEAN who have taken part in driving ESG through the Hacks to Heal Our Planet ESG Idea Pitching Awards, the project to propose ideas to solve ESG problems. And now let's watch the video of the project together. To Heal Our Planet ESG Idea Pitching divided into 3 types from ESG, which are E, Environment, idea for solving environmental problems, S, from social, idea to solve the problem of inequality and acceptance of the difference, and G, governance, idea for solving the lack of transparency and unfairness. Our panels of experts narrowed down 262 ideas to the final 16 ideas for the prize money and prestige award plaque made from recycled materials that are environmental friendly. So let's start with the first category, environment, idea for solving environmental problems. There are a total of 6 shortlist ideas, and who are there? Who are the panels of experts? Let's find out together. This is the face of the 6 panelist team. They are both foreign teams and that have to live stream. And those who attend here as the venue, let's see who will win the winner of the environment idea. And the winner awards goes to Parasol team. Deputy Managing Director, Enterprise Commercial Business of Microsoft Thailand on the stage to present the award to the finalists. Please welcome. I would like to congratulate all the finalist teams, starting with the Closter team with the idea of the social e-commerce platform for online second-hand market, who are here with us today. Please welcome on the stage, Closter team. And also the live stream from abroad, Plantex from a microbial organic fertilizer, EcoFam for EcoBee, a 100% plant-based toothbrush, eco-theme, eco-friendly instant product packaging, and the last an eco-portable system for the system that collect live hogs from the field. Thank you once again คุณวัชราจิรัชเริญสุวรรณ and congratulations to all the team for this environmental idea. And the next award is Social Ideas for Solving the Problems of Inequality and Acceptance of Difference. Even we don't have the winner, but the honor judge has considering for given distinguished awards to the team who has the most outstanding idea. We finally have 5 shortlist ideas. Who are they and who are our panel of experts? Let's find out together via the video. This is the phase of 5 finalist team. Let's see who will win the Distinguished Award. And please welcome คุณธัญพร กฤติพายวุฒิ Executive Director of Global Compact Network Thailand on the stage to present the award. Please welcome. And for the Distinguished Award of the Social category goes to Research Team. Social Idea finalists. The first team is Beep Beep Cap for Safety Cap for the Bride. Beep Beep Cap. Educational games for learning. Thank you. And the next team is Pre-Doc for app for preliminary diagnosis at home. Thank you. Congratulations, and for the Swim Cap for Blind team that live stream, congratulations too. And alright, let's move to the next award, Governance, idea for solving the lack of transparency and unfairness. This award is also a distinguished award that will give to the team who is the most outstanding idea. We have a total of 5 shortlist ideas. Who are they and who are the panels of experts? Let's find out together. Please welcome Dr. Mana Nimit Mongkol, the Secretary General Anti-Corruption Organizations of Thailand, on the stage to present the award. Please welcome. And we have 2 distinguished governance awards, and the awards go to Good Car Team from App for Traffic Safety Promotion and Shake Up Team for Dispatch and Talk to Youth Rights. Congratulations! Congratulations and thank you once again, Dr. Mana Nimit Mongkol. Thank you very much. And the next award is Governance Idea Finalist. Please welcome คุณสาธิมาโลวัชรสันติ Head of C Corporate Business Development of Garmina Thailand, on the stage to present the award. And the first team, Quash Corruption from Apple Audit and Corruption Reporting. And next, PAN team from Online Voting System for Convenient and Fair Elections. And the team that live from abroad, Army Point team from Anti-Corruption Crypto Point in organizations. Thank you very much and thank you once again, คุณสาธิมา This is from PAN team. from online voting system for convenient and fair election. Congratulations and thank you very much. And in addition to the score from the prestigious committee, we also have the popular vote for people to participate in the selections of good idea, and the team who gets the most vote will win the popular vote prize. And the popular vote goes to go to Anti-Eco Portable System from a system that collects plastic from online with plastic sensitive letter. And I really have to admit that the power of youth is so inspirational. They have ability, they have the courage to express the idea and start doing something with. They did a good job. Not only the ESG Idea Pitching Award, but now today we can experience powers of the new generations from many states. Example, last Friday we just got the winner from the first Mad Brand Planning Competition, which aligns for the topic of SCG Green Choice. Your choice can save the world. They are 822 university students from 64 universities join the competition, and they come up with 128 eco-friendly brand planning to compete. All of the brand planning were just masterpieces with very good idea and absolutely difficult to choose one for the winner. But finally, we had to make it, and now you can see the team who won the first JMAT brand planning competition on the screen. And let's join me to congratulate them who are the new generations with strength and power to change the world. Please give them the round of applause. And next, for the little boy, he's so inspiration. And he is talented in singing and playing music on live stream. He's well known on social media. He is also a great example of good way of living by being grateful to his parents. He is an inspiration to many people because he practicing music by himself. All right, let's enjoy the show, the melody of next gen to save the world. Please welcome our little 12 years old boy, น้องกัน ชนะเดช เขียวเซน who knows as น้องกัน ยอดกตัญญู Little Fighter. The stage is yours.
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อกัน ชนะเดช เขียวเซนนะครับผมวันนี้ผมจะมาร้องเพลง
Today I'm going to play You Are Present. On this occasion, I wish all of you to listen to a great song that I'm about to play for you.
เป็นภูเขาฉันจะเป็นต้นไม้โอบกอดเธอเอาไว้ไม่ให้เธอเหน็บหนาวถ้าเธอเป็นท้องฟ้าฉันจะเป็นเมฆสีขาวโอบกอดเธอไม่ให้เธอเหงาและเดียวดายถ้าเธอเป็นรถยนต์ท้องถนนก็คือฉันหากเธอเป็นพระจันทร์แน่นอนฉันต้องเป็นดาวจะอยู่เคียงข้างเธอไม่ให้เธอเหน็บหนาวแม้ในคราวทุกใจจะอยู่ใกล้ๆเธอก็เพราะว่าเธอคือของขวัญที่สวรรค์ให้มาเพื่อรับและฉันจะเก็บรักษามันเอาไว้ให้นานจะไม่ให้ใครทำร้ายเธอแต่ฉันยังยืนอยู่ตรงนี้จะ รักเธอทั้งหมดใจที่ฉันมี Baby I love you Baby I love you Baby I love youจะเป็นรถยนต์ท้องถนนก็คือฉันถ้าหากเธอเป็นพระจันทร์แน่นอนฉันต้องเป็นดาวจะอยู่เคียงข้างเธอไม่ให้เธอเหน็บหนาวแม้ในคราวทุกใจจะอยู่ใกล้ๆเธอก็เพราะว่าเธอคือของขวัญที่สวรรค์ให้มาเปิดรับปั๊มและฉันจะเก็บรักษามันเอาไว้ให้นานจะไม่ให้ใครทำร้ายเธอแต่ฉันยังยืนอยู่ตรงนี้จะรักเธอทั้งหมดใจที่ฉันมี Baby I love you Baby I love you Baby I love youจะไม่ให้ใครทำร้ายเธอแต่ฉันยังยืนอยู่ตรงนี้จะรักเธอทั้งหมดใจที่ฉันมี Everyone I love you
Thank you very much for very nice show น้องกัน And ladies and gentlemen, after we have a short break with a sweet little boy with sweet voice, for one music, one melody from him, and the next session, we show you the strong collaborations to find a way to tackle problems and move forward to drive ESG together on four main issues. Powers of innovation to net zero, hacks to heal our planet, ESG idea pitching, and third, women empowerment to drive sustainable economy, and the fourth, CEO Forum collaborations for low carbon society. And today we will have a conversation with representatives on four topics to come to conclusion together during the roundtable sessions of the topic, the world is in crisis, how can we rescue it? and please welcome คุณนิวชัยพล Julian ภูพาส Round Table Moderator
สวัสดีครับ สวัสดี everyone ครับ This is the roundtable session of the world is in crisis. How can we rescue? ผมขออนุญาตปรับช่วงนี้
I would like to use this moment to be in Thai.
We will discuss in Thai. สวัสดีครับ ผมนิวชัยพล
Today I'm Niu Choi. I will be the moderator of this session. And our world is in crisis. How can we save it? That is the theme of the discussion. As of today, we are about to collaborate and find the solution for our world. And I believe that all of us can be heroes in save our world from the problems, this crisis that is going to exacerbate because the world is in a crisis. The only way of survival that each and every one of us must have to collaborate and save the world. On this event, this event has been with the occasion to invite all of you to ponder upon that we must collaborate and cooperate, and what most importantly is that we must begin. We must, because without further ado, let's begin. I would like to invite all the 4 keynote speakers on stage, please. Please take a seat, because just a moment ago you saw that most of them are on the VTR, on the video broadcast from all the 4 parts and 4 events that SCG have hosted and have conducted prior. As I mentioned, I do not want to waste any more time because we're going to have a discussion. We're going to get to the cream of the crop and direct to the point. Greetings to all of you. Sawadee krap, all officially, for all of you. Let's come with the first question. On your perspective, each and every one of your perspective, how do you see that after present, the world, how sick is it? And what are your projects and how to mediate it? Let's begin with a new generation with Tony. Well, I foresee that the world is sick and in the crisis about education. Because when you're in crisis in education, the logic between thinking comes afterwards. Your life is sick, drug addiction, politics is sick, corruption, or when the world is sick, the environment is destroyed, the world is in turmoil. All of these aspects, because ignorance, not understanding, selfishness. When my parents' generation, education is sitting in the classroom. You got a teacher in front of the room. As of today, as time has lapsed, about 30 years, 3 decades, but education is the same. I see that there should be a dramatic change. Because COVID-19, this pandemic, saw that we were able to learn online, that we are almost ready, but the question is how just sitting there and listening to video Zoom, the one-off school is an innovation of the future that will enable the future of learning, that learning online, meeting friends, meeting peers, or even gaming online. Let's meet the one-off school. This moment, we're waiting for the video to play. This was one of the solutions that Tony has conceived. Yes, that's correct. It's a video about the application, about the project that we have created. Yeah, that's correct. So tell me the background story about, it's a game. Let me define this way. It's the metaverse of education. It's when you're like in a world with your peers, right? Normally we watch a Google Meet, Zoom, or online video, application programs. But I adapted and changed it to make it metaverse that you can actually walk in the metaverse in the virtual world, as if you're in school virtually, but you're sitting at home. But just instead of listening to the teacher and like Tony, you told that it's boring, and then you may fall asleep. It's like playing a game, and then you get educated at the same time. And each platform, every subject that you can choose according to the one of your own interest. That is correct. And this is one of the solutions that Tony and his peers conceived. Compare like playing a video game, but it's educational. But so education will no longer be boring. This is one of the solutions that Tony has conceived. What else you want to add on? Yes, there is. One thing that we have been developing is a platform of translating sign language. But 2 years back, I remember I've been coordinating with a school and this institution with the handicap and disabled people. I was overseeing that individuals that had some impediments in hearing, but I wasn't able to communicate to them. This is the reason why it was an inspiration for me to create this web application for sign language translation. If a deaf person wants a translator communicate by hand, by sign language, or we create that into an application, how wonderful would that be? At the backdrop is a video about the presentation of this application. In truth, I want to inform you, before even coming to the symposium, I saw the floor, the event, the exhibition. These two things you can actually see the front of the exhibition to see the real application. If you are interested, after this event, please go outside and see the exhibition. You can actually witness our booth. But Tony, what you're saying, that the big problem, the reason why the world's in crisis and sickness is the basis of education. That is boring. That is why the foundation, the fundamental children are don't like school, and inequality. Now these two things combined is that applying of technology to aid in educating and delivering education, especially for the handicapped, to communicate with us. These are the two things that the new generation that are having this discussion. I would like to hand the mic to Mrs. Supaji on behalf of the representative of women power. Supaji, as our president, how's the world in crisis?
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank SCG for inviting me today. As for women, it seems like when we conducted a survey about sustainability issue, women is at the very bottom about inequality. And today, I'd like to talk about women's role. I'd like to raise this issue because actually, women's topic is part of inequality problems. As the world is sick today, how sick is it? I'd like to ask you, Kunvil, and all the participants, audience today, to discuss three things. The first one is about economy and society. Women with regard to society and economy, how does it play? When we look at the global population, people say that the United Nations say that the world's population will reach 88 million people worldwide by the end of this year. Men will count toward 0.01%, a little more than women. This is for global population. Kunil, did you know what about the number of women and men in Thailand? Women are more, yeah. Women are 1.5 million women, more than males in Thailand. So, but when we look at the workforce, for women in the workforce, the number, according to World Bank, the women in workforce counts toward only 13 to 19%. In Thailand, women counts towards 14% of the workforce in Thailand. But please take a look at the rate of the death and birth in Thailand. What is more? It's the death rate is more because last year the death rate of people in Thailand, 500,000 people were dead last year, and over 500,000 were born last year. These two figures are so dreadful because the number of people entering the workforce is getting less. because it means it has an impact on GDP of the country, because Thailand is entering the age of aged society. We are entirely in the aged society. That means over 60 years of people are count to 20% of people in Thailand. That's why more women have to work in the workforce, but there is not enough system to accommodate women in the workforce. That's why fewer people are getting into the workforce. So the birth rate is getting less also. So how is the GDP in Thailand is going forward to? This has an effect on society and economy. It's all because of inequality of people in Thailand. And the second aspect is about how it's sick. It's about the inequality. The little guy just talked about inequality in Thailand. We have the issue of LGBTQ as well. But now I'd like to talk about women first. In Thailand, women entering the workforce counts toward 46%, which is more than the global rate. However, if we talk about the inequality, women in the leadership position in the global, in the world, women in the leadership is only 20%. However, in Thailand, the number of women in the leadership is 29%. We don't have any information on whether the more women in the leadership program, the better. It's not like that. But many countries talk about the level of committee. As in Europe, it is targeted that the companies in the listed companies in Europe should have how many people in female. But in Asia, Europe places an importance on the number of women in the company. But in Asia, in Europe, 30% of women must be in the leadership team. However, in Asia, there's a fewer proportion of women in the leadership level. But in SEG, we have more women in the committee level. Women may have, nowadays, the world is connected with different kinds of industries, with more collaboration. Women have more competency in collaboration. Women are more sensitive in establishing rules and regulations. Some people may think that women are fussy. However, if we look at the optimistic view, it is also positive, and women have more empathy than men. Nowadays, the world needs more empathy. So I like to say that in the second point that the world is sick is that we have the problem of inequality. And finally, in the third factor, the world is sick because of severity worldwide in terms of abuse to women, crisis, and the war, and the abuse with children. If we think that the leader of Ukraine is not male, is he going to have a combat with Russia? So I'd like to talk about economy, society, and equality and severity.
I totally agree with you, because no matter if you're a man or a woman or even the LGBTQ plus, everyone got their positive and cons. Everyone have a difference in opinion. If you choose that your standpoint that is beneficial for not only for you, the organization, your country, or even the whole entire world, and we have a brighter future in acceleration. In the past, Mr. J, have we been able to solve any of this crisis?
We have done something. We conducted a workshop, as we mentioned previously, about the video. But I'm going to talk more in detail about how to do it, to lead into action to help women.
Fantastic. So on the next agenda, I would like to ask Dr. Kritipong, on your perspective, sir, as of now, how's the world in crisis? Well, I totally agree with both of my previous keynote speakers. We have the deterioration at a serious rate, especially ethnics. The problems of inequality, the problems about violence. But one more thing that is of vital importance that you can have to mention is about the climate change. That has been tremendous, and there's a wave. I can't even mention as the new wave, but it's a pending problem that has been ongoing for a long time. But the impact is going to be more severe in the future. This is something that we mention often. We talk about sustainability, but if we don't solve the climate change, which is a looming crisis right now, the world will continue in the path of deterioration. This is one aspect that is a crisis, and it's going to be a continuing crisis, and severe crisis, in fact, that you can see evidently, as in last month, it was Thailand got cold. Yeah, I was shocked, and in this month, that in Europe, it's really hot, which the world is in crisis, in real sickness and real crisis, because there are some research there, the 1.1 increase in temperature every year annually, and the problem of carbon emissions and all these dangerous gases. Doctor, what do you see about dust and smog and all these issues? Well, the problem with dust and smog is partially about the climate change that was mentioned, because the environment, you lose it, deterioration. In reality, is that when we talk about environmental issues, the majority is man-made, because we are careless and of the impacts. We do know it, but we aren't able to mediate it by ourselves, especially dust and smog. And it's a pending crisis for a long time, especially in Thailand, especially when cut and burn, slash and burn fields. This result in the smoke that comes from the burning of dry plants. Environmental issues have an impact that is severe. But what is important is that you have to create knowledge and educate people, for all of us, that the problem impacts not only you individually, especially in health-wise, especially dust and smog at 2.5 p.m. It also impacts the economy, as mentioned prior. The economy, industry, agriculture in the past, we were relying on nature, but no longer we can rely on nature anymore. We can't rely on the rains because the world has changed. There's floods, there's drought. We relied in the past when you did agriculture, we did organic, because now we're using fertilizers because there are problems about pests and insects. These are problems, economic issues. On the industrial side, sustainability, we can't achieve that because of lack of raw materials, lack of water, lack of so many other things. Sickness, crisis is going to increase in severity, and it's going to impact this country definitely, because if you live on with ignorance and continue on the course of this action, the crisis of the world, from now we're going to accelerate and exacerbate, and all the result is man-made, and the people who's going to solve this is man himself. It's about collaboration. But most important is this, that the problem about climate change is an international, it's a global issue, it's a global problem. Therefore, if you're going to solve it, you have to solve it on all aspects and all sectors. Right? People of all generations, the researchers, scientists, implementation of technology must have a role to play. My background is about innovation. And as you can see, that to solve this problem from my perspective is that innovation has a key role to play in how to solve the looming crisis. But how to actually do innovation as a verb, you have collaboration from the state, from the public, from the private, domestic, and overseas, the Thais, citizens, all levels of society, all stratum people in society must play a role. This world is our home. It's a big home, and all the inhabitants at a global scale, Asian at the continent level, business, public, and most importantly, the sector of each individual's families must truly collaborate seriously. Next, I would like to ask Ardon, as a representative, as CEO of the Zero Forum, on your perspective, Mr. Ardon, as our president, how's the world in crisis? Well, the overall picture is the same. Is that let's talk about my personal experience, is that in February, I had the scuba diving at the northern part of the Adams Sea. What I have witnessed here is the beauty underneath the sea, right? And there's the Richelieu of the Serene Island is very famous for a scuba diving site. And they, came out a safety stop about 5 minutes before breaking the surface, about 10 meters before breaking the surface, 5 meters. I never seen before was plastic waste, plastic garbage that's floating. That is like no matter where you float, you'll be meet with plastic bottles and waste everywhere. You saw pictures, right, overseas, but this is a picture that someone peers that on the scuba event when it was floating amidst the water. And this was a first-hand experience. I saw so many pictures online, but this is my first-time experience. So when it comes to ocean garbage and ocean waste, like 6 years prior, like 6 to 7 years, Thailand is probably one of the countries that are ranked top on garbage and sea waste. One is that it's personal now, right? It's next door, right? You see like dead sea creatures with plastic in their guts. It sees that, reflects upon that human activities do impact the environment as getting closer and closer to you. And when you look about environment, as of today, it's about global warming. It's about climate change. Greenhouse gases is bigger than this. We have been discussing about this for a whole year, but for me personally, I felt it was so far, way past in the back. If the world's heating up, it's not irrelevant to me, because why? It's so far away, but plastic is close. But when this is something that has been an issue, everything that has been discussed, you can't live in ignorance any longer. Even the CEO Forum, we have been honored by the event organizer that how are we going to conclude? About more than 60 organizations, 60 firms from many sectors of the industries, even production, real estate, services, finance, or even packaging. On that perspective, we even agreed that the crisis of global warming, what does it impact to business? And when it comes to business, and those that participated, we had concluded that about 69%, about 60 organizations, all had unanimously that global warming will impact on the price of raw materials or even activities in manufacturing will increase. About 29% of firms that impact about the rest about. But I could say that 100% is either immediate or at the maximum level. So when it comes to impact, how do they foresee it? What has happened that about 5 to 6 years past, as you can see on the big picture, one thing that resonates is that when in the 46% of survey said that the price of raw materials will increase 20%, that will impact on profits and revenue. But what's interesting, as I have mentioned before, that some of the keynote speakers mentioned, 13% that we are business people, we will see that it's an opportunity. At the same time, if you can adjust yourself, if this crisis will become an opportunity, because we foresee what direction the world is heading, what are the outside pressures from NGOs, Europe, and the United States, and even the customers are pressuring us. They are telling us, reflecting that your service and your products must be environmentally friendly. You must adapt and adopt and evolve yourself. This is why I see it's an opportunity. And so our solution is that there are 3 dimensions in society. One is the society, Society of Green Energy and Efficiency. This is part on energy, that how can we decrease global warming. The second dimension is about a green society, a society of zero waste, and finally is the dimension of sustainable consumption. It will solve the problem, mediate the problem, and it's about society of sustainable society. We are often heard this before, but the way we act and how we're going to go for it something I'll leave with you. So we built them off from Paradigm. I believe that people viewing online is that it's something close to you, especially waste and garbage, about too much waste overflowing the world, and have no idea how to eradicate it and the impacts to an environment. But when listening about the deep dive from all our keynote speakers, there are so many diverse problems that are cause of climate change or even global warming or the world in crisis, no longer wasting garbage, but there are many issues, many details that we have to deep dive into. But I want to share each and every one your opinions about, from your perspective of each generation, how are we going to collaborate, or how can we get support to drive as an impetus from make it easier? Let's begin with the new generation, Mr. Tony. What shall we do? What do you want to add on, and what do you need support to? Well, I would like everyone to ponder about that. You are a global citizen, because global citizenship, because that if you understand this point is that you're a global citizen, you will, all your activities will have the impact on the world. I want to leave this with the older generations that have the old mindset that to listen to us, like empower us, to empower the youth, because the youth are going to be, their descendants are going to have to blunt up the impact of this world in the future. I want to share the perspective of the handicapped. These are, they just, lack some impediments in their body, in their limbs, right? But other, appendages in their body still works, functions fine. This is about equality and the youth and the new generation that, Tony, you mentioned from the beginning, and you want support from the older generations and from the seniors to see the importance and develop the youth, that, because I have mentioned the world is a big house, and in this house there are men, there are women, there are children, there are seniors, there are different generations, different sexes, and so forth. Each are individuals. They have fantastic ideas that to make a more beautiful house. But you have to leverage the benefits and the ideas of each member. Mr. Baji.
We just talked about sickness in three ways: economy, society, and inequality, as well as severity. So how we can tackle these problems? I think that inequality, although it is not ranked as number one, as the same as climate change, however, when we are in the society with diversity of ideas, we can present ideas that can make a change, and this can lead to more move with different perspectives in different areas, such as giving a chance to learn, raise more awareness of environment, how to throw garbage. And I like to talk about from the perspective of CEO, but I was given a topic about women. I cannot talk about women by myself, so I just want to give an example from the workshop that we conducted on that day. I'd like to thank SCG so much for your contribution, for conducting a workshop so seriously for women, so that we can have more diversity in the society. Diversity in this way can help us to have more complete perspectives. When we gather and can produce good positive energy, this can lead to more diversity and more productivity. On that workshop, we thought about working on the workshop in 4 ideas. Women have a serious limitation in terms of themselves. They would believe that they cannot do anything. They would think that they have a lot of burden. So they have to get rid of that mindset. In this case, women have to have a discussion about this to have more confidence in themselves. They must never think that they have some limitations. And the second point is we have to try to promote the more mindset, more ideas in working, because women can work, and we should have more infrastructure, more systems to support women to work more effectively. This can help women to abandon their housework, to be in the workforce to help the society and economy together. Because workforce right now has much fewer workforce in Thailand, and this will prevent the drive towards the economy boost in Thailand. So women have to think that they should have some role model. Many people in the audience and I myself would say that women can do anything once they have faith in themselves. And finally, we should create a network or platform for women to join collaboration and bring positive energy to make things happen, to drive social impact and make a change to the society, to raise awareness in global.
Well, these are 3 points directly about the problems and solutions that Mr. Pajee that mentioned from that day and is sent forth. I would like to say that all women begin with yourselves, have confidence, and then you're second to no one. But remember that you'll bring out your gifted potential out or not. Doctor, from your perspective, what kind of support should we get, and what are the things that you're going to add on? Well, I truly believe that we have been doing a lot of things to save this world, our world. But one thing that I truly believe that will be an impetus is about innovation that I have mentioned. Innovation will aid us find a new path, a new way, a new solution from the past and the future. On the innovation room that we have been discussing, SCG and many committee that have been inviting many of our alliance and partners that with the intention that how to save this world from both the public and the private sector. There were more than 100 members, individuals that participated with the notion and the problem that if you want to solve about the pending problems, about the world crisis that you have mentioned, especially about the global warming and the change of climate change, we foresee that if we want to solve this crisis with innovation, we must have mechanisms, 3 of them, to utilize as tools. The first tool, as I mentioned, is about the mechanism about collaboration together, both domestically and overseas. Second mechanism, we found that in solving all these problems, it requires know-how. It requires technology, especially technologies that have efficiency. New technologies, this is part of innovation. On our room, we found it that I want to go down a little bit detailed because in the future you may actually use to push forth and drive forward as policy. There are 4 technologies, 4 groups, major groups. Group 1 is about CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Number 2, hydrogen. I mentioned about hydrogen economy before. In the future, we may be able to store energy as a renewable energy. This hydrogen is a promising technology that has potential. Thirdly, it's about fuel switching, the change of fuel from the fossil-based to renewable energy, biomass, or etc. There's another option. These technologies that I think that we require desperately about innovation, these mechanisms, the 3 mechanisms that I mentioned. Well, another mechanism. Let's have a review. Okay, first mechanism is about collaboration. Mechanism 2 is technology, especially about transfer technology, because you can't do it alone. It has to transfer import technologies, right? And the third mechanism is about support. This is so vital because support must come from the level from the government level as policy, at state level, and that's why the state will have to come in to support. But it's in the framework of the United Nations, even the climate change. We call UNFCCCs. Referring to that framework states that the mechanism that will aid with technology in the same time, I'll be talking about financial mechanism. Therefore, this kind of support financial, you have to think about the mechanisms that how you're going to support it at the level, the global level, the United Nations, UNFCCCs that will aid and support that. They will have funds to support all these initiatives. But for us, we have to collaborate to drive this forward. Yes, thank you. Yes. And Mr. Perdon, on that day, we have discussed about the CEO room, about the 60 firms that participated. What was the conclusion? What kind of support do you need from the CEO top level? Well, I would like the opportunity about to expand from the 3 dimensions of society that I've mentioned earlier. Society about energy on the industrial side or the service industry. It begins with that we want to see from that there will be a database domestically about energy management and country, then organization level, and then we're here at this present, and what is the future direction we want to? What kind of database is this? Part 2 is about that in every organization is about to adapt and eventually adopt and change, and right, especially organizations that uses a lot of energy, such as cement industry, that will have an impact about emitting greenhouse gases. About the innovation side is that there are many perspectives, like we have seen examples that have been shared earlier. Thirdly, it's about the root cause of within the organization that we want to adapt about the processes and systems or the manufacturing ways or the services that we provide to reduce energy or even to make it even increase efficiency. On this part is that we want to follow that with the question that how can we create the trade of carbon credits that will be more tangible, that will, how can you say this, that will be more popular, that who's ever ready begin first. On the second dimension is zero waste. It's about expanding that how our products and our goods that to be zero waste. That is the problem notion. Even the raw materials or even the production processes, that is about to innovation and evolving of the process development, even the raw materials, and down to proceed with that BCG is part of it too, that make a renewable material sourcing, renewable energy that will be applied to your process to develop and to in the process of recycling, make it with ease, close the loop in renewables. We often see that as zero waste. On the third dimension is about consumption, sustainable consumption. We want to see that with the notion that look at your consumers, is that when they consume responsibly, about to reduce luxury, use it essential, use it as long as possible, and make it environmental friendly. I would say that my body, I could tell you what are the products that are used. This is one example that when consumers be more responsible, we can even mention about that if we want to support with the waste segregation at an organization level. We are in SCG. We can see that we have to look at this at a personal level. From the aspect that sustainable consumerism is that from all the dimension to all success can be met, that even the state and the public and the private sectors want to support is the public sector. The state must begin with the main policy about the change in legislation, in regulations to ease and support the private sector to low or zero carbon. Look at the plastic industry, for instance, that we have been going through this 3 years into this struggle, and we succeeded, especially a water bottle from PET plastics. Right now, we were able to enable that using recycled PET to mix with the manufacturing process. But of course, we must be under the food safety standards, though. But in the past, from the Food and Drug Administration, Thailand, they prohibit us to do that. This is an example from regulation and legislation that were successful. But in the past, we can't do that. We often have to do new plastics all the time. But from now on, we can use recycled recycle plastic into the manufacturing. This legislation regulation success, and of course the BOI, tax benefits, especially from that you're environment friendly, and even the public sector may be the leaders in about procurements. Is that to create the products that are environmental friendly because it may be more expensive, but with the drive and the policy to support, the policy to make a demand in society. And finally, that many of you have mentioned about is about the collaboration, because public and private partnership, the state, business, and society. Don't forget the society as a key player. And the NGOs, for instance, how can we walk together hand in hand? That we walk together, strive together, and then make it to be one. Because in plastic, we got public plastic management. This is the 5th year of this partnership from 10 organizations. Now we are 50 organizations as this partnership about the problem with the circular economy as the basis of our decisions. And this is opinions and perspectives from all the 4 experts. And these are the selected panel discussion that we've seen so many problems scattered everywhere, but each perspective of the world crisis and the problem and the solutions of the 4 you have gave examples how we did that with my attire. What are the raw materials that we discussed? That, well, my attire, my suit, or my pants, or even my t-shirt are from recycled old clothes that started fabric and made recycled products. This isn't a way, because all of us can play a role, all of us can contribute. And finally, one sentence: what would you like to leave the audience, for all the audience that is in our family in this world? Let's begin with Tony. Well, despite the fact the human population, new generation, about 30% of the world, but they're 100% of the world. Think about that. Short, but impactful.
Today we were given a lot of information. That would be how can we make use of such knowledge, and how can we make this knowledge applicable to everyone. So I'd like everyone to have the best versions of yourselves from today. If you can honor everyone and learn about, accept the truth, and show off your energy, be yourself in your best versions, and this energy will help drive towards more impact on the society. And finally, I would say that please don't ask any questions without trying to find the answers. Whenever you have any questions or suspect anything, please take action to find solutions and answers for a better world.
Doctor, well, it's an invitation, especially in the group of innovators, that if you want to do this in collaboration, we have a roadmap that we have created with the objective, with the same goal, with that Thailand should contribute as part of the world to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions to about a net zero, if possible, net zero within 2060s, with the drive of innovation of the 4 technologies that I have mentioned prior: carbon capture utilization, hydrogen economy, electrification, and fuel switching. These are the 4 components that our group foresee that is something that we should emphasize as a setup, as a consortium to drive these initiatives forward. I would like to end with a Chinese proverb that discusses about innovation that will help us in solving these problems. Today is new, tomorrow is new, every day is new. Thank you very much. Mr. Paradon. Well, my conclusion is hard, but something close to you, make it short and sweet. Is that absolutely is about reduce global warming. I want to mention that you, your family, consume with responsibility. And as today, I want all of us to please segregate waste from the start. Food waste, that methane gas emissions, don't forget that. possible recycle products and things like that. Don't worry about if you're gonna to separate or not as an excuse for you. Believe me, the garbage ban will always separate, but they have to combine it first and segregate it later on at the plant. But begin with something easy, and it will have an impact in the future. It's about your own discipline first, and then about at the organization, because about the activities and all these characteristics, all these organizations are trying to move forward about this change of energy consumption to be more environmental friendly and even to conduct business simultaneously too. They begin first with you. Discard whatever others speak, whatever say. Thank you very much. And this is the roundtable discussion for today. And after the discussion, I do believe that many of you probably feel the inspiration, the passion that you want to have bias to action. Do not lose this fire in your heart. I want to build upon that. This is no longer a choice, but it's the only way for survival. But it begins with action. Thank you very much. I want to send out the mic to our main MC.
And now we walk into the final sessions of this event. Please allow me to ask you one last question. Please take out your phones again and then scan the QR code on the screen. The question is waiting for you to answer is what is your action to help solve this crisis? I believe that along this event, you learn from many guest speakers and from the roundtable sessions as well. You may have the answer for yourself what you will do to help to make the change happen to this world. I believe that only one person cannot bring about the change on their own because we're not a superhero, but we can form our team. Form the Avenger team, join hand, you, and you, to make the world better. Take action, collab with others. And today, like P. Rungrod stated at a welcome speech, the collaborations for actions is the survival strategy. If you cannot do on their own, you join hands with your friends, to your partner, to create the change to the world. And while everyone is answering this question, let's take a look at the carbon footprints of ESG Symposium and full pre-session, which cover commuting of speaker, guests, and SCG team, coffee break and meal, and also this meeting room as well. We will offset 25,205 kilos CO2 emissions by T-Ver carbon credit, certified by TGO Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization. And all right, now let's see the survey, the Slido survey that will ask you, what is your actions to help solve this crisis? There is many interesting ideas like แยกขยะ reduce waste management starts from you. Act now. All of this is not matter if you not take an action. It's just like the idea, but it not help the world and not bring about the change. All of this must be act. So it will matter and make the change from the world. Not only you act, but you, all of you, would be act to make the change to our world, to help save the world. And for who watching us here, we come to the final session. And we have the mind mapping for you, gathered from brainstorming from the pre-session today, which you can see on the screen, and you can see more on the SCG worldwideweb.scgverse.com. And when you visit our verse, SCG Verse, you can collect SCG coin to reward redemption and receive green NFT on the website as well. And we have the QR code too for the satisfaction survey. Please feedback to us to improve our event to be better and better for the next year. And everyone's opinion will receive ESG and NFT as a souvenir as well. You can scan the QR code for the satisfaction survey. And on behalf of SCG, I would like to thank you all distinguished guests here joining us today, and particularly a special thanks to our world-class speakers for sharing us experience and exchanging valuable knowledge. It's time is come to the last. I would like to thank you everyone for joining and to be a part of our Avenger team. Remember, only one cannot make the change, but we have to join our partner, our friends around you. You can create the change and save the world together. Thank you very much for participating today. Have a safe trip back home. Thank you very much. สวัสดีค่ะ
Vietnam, Indonesia. So please come here. Here is another startup to change the world. For example, the shoes from coffee ground, from used coffee ground. This is so interesting that how can be used into shoes. And another also ideas is the peer-to-peer lending platform. This is the first of its kind in Indonesia, and we have pushed by many teams. For example, the new generation to anti-corruption, the act. We get the two Nong Bell Nong Ip to introduce the act, please.
Hello. For our organization, we are presenting some tools and operation some watchdog, and we've got our own page as well, Facebook page, watchdog, or agreement on how to create equality. And organizations work hand in hand with the new generation to brainstorm the ideas how we can expand, how we can anti-corruption. As for tool, the organization has actually developed our search engine, and for the public to access. We use our AI to allow everyone to access to help promote transparency. In addition, we Build Better Life. We also have Build Better Life menu, which is to monitor transparency. If you are interested, you can come and try to use our tool, please. Yeah. And also, yes, we can stop corruption at your fingertips.
Just your fingertips. It's very easy. Thank you very much. For the new generation. To change the world. So next, we will go to the next. But we got we got a very interesting gimmick. The innovation. To change. Chiang Rai to be livable province. Hello, Anthony.
Hello, my name is Anthony.
Yes, hi. Could you introduce a little bit about the project?
Okay, the project is called CO2 to Fuel. And it's basically we convert carbon dioxide with water into hydrogen.
Yeah.
And the basic concept of this model we have here today is where we'll take the hydrogen and then we'll convert it into electricity again. The machine works in a similar way with electrolysis, in where water is converted into hydrogen and oxygen via electricity. But the difference with ours is that we don't use electricity. We use pressure and chemical reaction.
All right, thank you so much for your introduction about the model. Yes, it's very useful for Chiang Rai and all Thailand and the earth also. Thank you.
Thank you.
ค่ะถัดมานะคะเรามาอยู่กันที่โครงการของน้อง
we are with the project of คุณแทนนะคะ the number one school นะคะคุณแทน will tell us about that
school นะครับ this is a metaverse program that help enable learning, and you can become a student and you can learn from anywhere. Also, you can also play some games, play to earn. So this is to help you to motivate students to learn.
ขอบคุณมากนะคะน้องแทน
thank you น้องแทน and you got the winners from we are five finalists in the competition, so we would like to support you further. So now another also interesting booth, we got a highlight here. We got demonstrate also the sign language, the project sign language to rip your heart out. Here is the sign language to say สวัสดี and here's the web application to communicate
ผู้พิการทางการได้ยิน
to the hearing impairment and
AI ก็จะประมวลผลออกมาเป็น
the disabled will communicate in sign language, and the AI also will translate for us in verse into verse. So you can see here.
อันนี้นะคะก็จะเป็นท่าคำว่า
Here is the sign language for สวัสดี for the word สวัสดี and when you give also the sign language, the machine also will translate it into words. And the second is to question, just are you tired? Are you tired? So it's quite the very good greetings and very nice greetings and consolation. So the last booth for the third zone, we got we are here with the girl groups from Youth Mentorship Project. We have two คุณน้องจิน and น้องตูน to tell us about the project. สวัสดีค่ะ We are from YM Youth Mentorship Project. We will bring the high school also students to teach the elementary also school, the students in elementary schools, and we also combine many subjects in very friendly project, so that the children can develop themselves in social skills and also academic skills. And we have the hackathon activity to find a solution for the social inequality. We got a kind of skills, the policy according also to the 21st century and also 22nd also century. And you can also contact us via Youth Mentorship Project via the social media. Have the Youth Mentorship Project like this. You can search us in social media. So thank you very much. And right now, regardless of your age, whether you are young or elder, you can be a part of driving ESG. We will go to the next zones that celebrate humanities pride, because we got also many communities here. คุณน้องเต้า Thank you คุณแพร we are here in zone fear. Let's celebrate humanities pride to empower the human regardless of your age, gender, and physical as official, but you can contribute to the security and the stability in the community. So the first project is the community as a project. We got the group from Saraburi to tell us about the basketry from the plastic rope.
What is the concept of this of the plastic rope to weave like this? So our baskets is made from the plastic rope for the straw rope. This is the residue from the dairy farms, and the straws will be also used and recycled and reused in our community to reduce waste and reduce so it's we got here the straw ropes here in this form, and then also we will weave it like this. So we got also many forms here, and we can also bring it also to temple and also to the sea too. Here is for the a kind of the Mrs. Trend. Thank you very much. And the next the project we got the project in the pineapple fiber innovation to make it as a plastic recycle, and we can do as to make it also into the bags. We can. So this is the project the cooperation from the SCG Chemical and Rayong. So originally, so they are so skilled, they are so talented, in also weaving, and now we can also combine the pineapple also fiber in also the weaving, and then also we develop also in another also step to the PPP, and then also we make it, they will process it into the fibers, and we can we send it also to the group. And you can see that these fibers is quite transparent and glittering and glittering, so it's make it more beautiful. So it means that also fibers and the pineapple also fiber, we don't need also to burn them anymore, so it can reduce also waste. So it can also it's a kind of upcycling the waste. And right now we go to also the Ashley group. คุณสาวรักษ์ she brought many desserts for us to taste. So our desserts are made from cocoa seeds from Chanthaburi. This is taste a little bit also sour, like fruits, and we made it also into chocolate also and cookies without any additives, and we use only the sugar cane sugar, but also we make it that is the sugar value only below 50%. So it's very suitable for the one also who are also health conscious and who have to be aware of the sugar level. So it means that also it's very healthy, and when they are healthy, and when also the people are healthy, they will be positive thinking, and they can also develop, and they can they will have the idea, and they can also develop the idea, because the good nutrition can also contribute also to the good mental health, and also will contribute also to the good thinking for environmental thinking. So I would like also to support you. I would like also to give you the moral support to do also this good as a project. So let's go also to the next the booth. This is quite in our daily life. This is the organic lady napkins. How is this organic? So I'm from Ira. Our lady napkins is from the bamboo and also and this is pyrolactic acid and peanut, and everything also can be also degradable within 6 to 12 months. So it's and also other the napkins it's last 800 years to be degraded. So it means that also is and our napkins are absolutely and perfectly and totally organic. And where is this about and where are they available? Maybe also you can contact us to IRA concept, or maybe you can find us in Tops, Gourmet and Icon Siam too. Thank you very much. So our women can be part of reducing also the waste to support degradable napkins. So the next we go to Muni Eco. This is the morning glory innovation. So this foundation got also inspired by morning floating as a morning glory in the river. So you can see that here is the Muni, MUNIE. M is mankind, U and unity, and I is innovation, and E is eco-friendly. We were inspired by morning glory. The last thing. Because in the past years, the morning glory also caused many water pollution. And we got the financial also support from the research institute. So we use also the funds to develop this morning also glories. And in the last month, we participated in Milan Design Week, and we got also very positive feedback from Europe markets, from European markets. So we got also products from plants, and now coconut. Yes, this is the cocoon. Yes, can also be used. It can also be produced into proteins. Cocoon means cocoon, and plus organic. Because I expect that my products will be organic and in the future. We are the startup of the first kind in this world. We can send the cocoon eggs to be culture, to be also cultivated, and then also we can also separate and extract also the proteins and to process in the healthy food, and also to be also the snack, and also for the fibers we can also process them to fiber also to produce the clothes. So it's also very functional. We call it functional because it's contribute to also temperature also controlling. So it means that also in the hot weather it also will cool you down, and in the future it can be also developed and also processed into also in the medical, in the medicines, and in other also industries. The coconut also is so it's cover all our cycle or our also cycle in life. So let's go also to the something about the beauty and also fashion. Here is the fashionable also bag. It is very colorful and very beautiful. It's the brand is called Hatis. Could you tell us about it and your inspiration? The Hatis is from the treated fabric, because we just it is a kind of therapy also weaving also fabric. You can see that over because the children they love the colorful also fibers, and we use also many kinds of the materials. So the texture and then also the children they can touch different kinds of texture. They can also develop also skills, and they can develop. They can develop also themselves better. So upon also environmentally also friendly, we got also many fashionable and very beautiful products. And now you can see that a boy group they learn to earn. They learn also to also survive. This is a foundation of the FCG. What are you doing here? We would like also to yes, this our booth also is about the e-sport, electronic also sport. This is the new kind of the sport. This is right now also in trend also in Thailand and internationally. And the FCG also foundation, their goal schools, yeah, we are going also into schools, yeah, to support the students and yeah, they give them the information, yeah, to develop also the skills, the e-sport also skills, yeah, in Thailand.
นอกจากมอบทุนการศึกษา
So ก็ apart also from also giving them granting them also the scholarship, yeah, they got the e-sport also skills, yeah, can be supported here too. Here and the next one is Q Shang, a kind of yeah, the training skills, yeah, for mechanics and for also the worker skills, and it's also to support, yeah, the many kinds of technicians. This is a kind of platform, or this is from Q Shang. Q Shang is yeah, a platform, yeah, to a kind of yeah, one-stop service, yeah, for the home works. So we can also offer, yeah, the yeah, standards, yeah, service, yeah, to look after, yeah, to yeah, for the repair works, and also, yeah, and for, yeah, as the technicians and as the mechanics.
ให้กับช่างเนี่ยไปกว่า100 ล้านบาทเลยทีเดียว
Yes, you can also increase yeah, the income, yeah, more than 100 million baht, yeah, for many also mechanics and technicians.
เป็นนวัตกรรม
And the next one is the technology, yeah, technology for disabled, yeah, from Balkan Coalition, yeah, yeah. Can you tell us about the background and your inspiration?
เมื่อกี้บอกว่าไม่เปิดใหม่นะคะไม่เป็นไรนะคะเปิดเอง
So right now, Balkan Coalition, yeah, we are AI startup,
ศักยภาพผู้พิการนะคะ
yeah,
ซูมหน้าจน
to
กลัวมากเลย
you don't want to zoom me.
เราเป็น AI
We are
as a service
AI
นะคะ
as a service, and yeah, we also offer the service of the data library. If you cannot also imagine, also AI also at the end is yeah, like Siri, and we are right now also developing yeah, the AI, yeah, to be yeah, home automation. This is yeah, the order, to give the order also by sound, and also yeah, the skill and also the screening for the yeah, for the one also who is yeah, who is suffering, yeah, from also depression. So this is another also business that is yeah, that's very contributing, yeah, to the society. And the next group is yeah, sounds very Japanese, yeah, the Noburo booth.
ก็โนบุโรนะคะมาจากคำว่า no credit bureau นะคะ
stems from no credit bureau, so it's yeah, not Japanese word, so is yeah, called yeah, the ones, yeah, who cannot yeah, who cannot also access, yeah, to also credit. So we are the project, yeah, to yeah, to help the people, yeah, to yeah, try to free themselves, yeah, to liberate themselves, yeah, from the loans, yeah, from debt, yeah, and is yeah, contribute also to yeah, increasing income for the people. And the last book is yeah, the art story by Autistic Thai. Yeah, so can show us yeah, your works here. This is can you believe this is the works by the autistic children? Here is can yeah, please tell us, yeah, from our story. I am from our story. This is the social business we are under the autistic also foundation, that we would like also to generate income and also career for the autistic also children, and we yeah, will use also their arts, yeah, to produce also the products, and we also yeah, make the branding, yeah, to other also brands, and we can collaboration also with other brands too, and we also offer yeah, yeah, the arts, yeah, on the NFT, in form of NFT, yeah, in metaverse. Here yeah, all the works here yeah, created, yeah, by yeah, autistic also children. This the collection. This is the master, yeah, in imagination, yeah, of the children. But because yeah, actually the potential of the children are immense, and we have to make use yeah, of their potential. we can see that the autistic also children also they can also live on their own. They have also immense their potential. Yeah, they can make the, so them they can make them live by their own and independent. And you can also scan a story underscore store. So it's so great. And right now, so we can go also into the NFT also business. I would like also to praise you also for that. So all in them, are the diverse collaboration of the ESG and will be the very important also step for us for world and to also save the world from the global warming and the social disparity, so that we can achieve the sustainable future also together. And thank you all of you for following also the symposium also today. And if you are not enough, and if you think that it is not enough for that, you can enjoy our exhibition of the SDG and in other also sectors. You can find us in www.sdgwords.com. And now my Prantita Anginan and Pher Hontatta Chanchai Waravit, we both we have so finished our duty here. We have to thank you all the followings and see you next time. Bye bye.